University, and today I will present our work on design and user experience analysis of AR intelligent virtual agents in smartphone. This is the outline of my presentation. Today, intelligent virtual agents have been used in many fields of humans' life. For example, they can be used in the education industry, provide training or guidance to users as a teacher. And they can be used in tourism industry, provide explanations to users as a guide or a translator. They also can be used in the rehabilitation industry, guide users rehabilitation training as a medical staff. However, most of these virtual agents are designed for computers. But today, most computers are used for work or large games. People prefer to use smartphones for daily applications or games. As a small devices, a smartphone can be easily taken out and used as anytime. They can provide users with the information they need in real time. There are many voice assistants in smartphones, such as Apple Siri, Google Assistant, but these assistants can only interact with users by voice. They do not have visual embodiment. Some applications have tried to use visual agents, but those agents have no cognitive structure and cannot express emotions. So this is a virtual agent that can provide medical advice to patients. It was driven by script and had no expressions. Actually, it is just a voice assistant with visual appearance. So we can do more for those virtual agents. Besides the embodiment, we also can make them have emotional expressions and to convey their intentions to users through nonverbal behaviors. While intelligent virtual agents appreciate emotions through facial expressions and body movements, they tend to trigger higher believability and are more welcomed by users. Meanwhile, AR is also believed to increase user experience. How about an AR virtual agent with cognitive structure in smartphone? To find out the factors that affect users' interaction experience, we explore that how do humanoid embodiment and the emotional expression of AR intelligent virtual agents in smartphone affect users' perception and experience, and the user's preference for the agent. In addition, we also explore the impact of uncertain actions on believability. We designed 3 forms of agent. The first one is a voice assistant. It has no visual appearance and only can answer users' questions by voice. The second one is humanoid intelligent virtual agent with no emotion expression. She can answer users' questions by voice and can display appropriate nonverbal behaviors, but it does not have any emotion. The third one is humanoid intelligent virtual agent with emotion expressions. To prevent users preferring an agent due to the different appearances, we designed this one we called EHRVA and this one we called HRVA. So we designed the EHRVA with the same humanoid body as the HRVA. This EHRVA has human-like emotional expressions and can express her emotions through rich facial expressions and body movement. And this one with no emotions and no body, we call it VA. To make the agent become human-like, so we conducted a cognitive architecture for the EHRVA, which consisted of 4 modules: perception, emotion, behavior, and behavioral performance, as well as 2 databases, memory database and knowledge database. In this architecture, the perception module acquires users' input, process the information to the emotion model, and store it in the memory base. Users can input information through voice. The emotion model is used to generate appropriate emotional response. Then the behavior model generates behaviors according to emotions and the behavior generation rules. Finally, the behavior performance model presents 4 kinds of action to the user: the voice, the text, the facial expressions, and the body movement. To make the body movements uncertain, we later will use the crowd model to add the behavioral performance to control an agent's uncertain actions. This is the crowd model. The agent will have uncertain eye blink and body orientation with this model. Among them, the blink has 2 clouds, which are interval cloud and duration cloud. The cloud algorithm is listed here, so we can say the cloud model is controlled by 3 parameters: expectation EX, entropy EN, and hyperentropy HE, which EX is the expected value of the cloud jobs. EN represents the dispersion degree of cloud jobs, and HE reflects the stability of cloud jobs. The certainty degree of cloud jobs is not a deterministic value, but a random number with stable characteristics that's unifying fitness and randomness. We can see from here the proposed EHRVA can express her emotions through 2 actions: facial expressions and body movements. Here is a video that shows how EHRVA interacts with users. So you can see here is a museum, and the agent here is a virtual guide to introduce exhibitions to participants.
你好。
So when users say hello, and the agent say nice to meet you.
这是什么呀？介绍一下。
And users ask what's this? And the agents do the introduction of this exhibition. To prevent her body from looking too stiff, we let her use some simple gestures to interact with users here.
传递及书写十国文字功能的安子切写字机，不仅得到中证明，这在中
讲得真不错。
And when users say you do a very good presentation, and you say the agent will be happy.
谢谢夸奖。
She says thank you, and very happy. So with these 3 agents, we can conduct above 2 the user studies I mentioned above. The user study 1 is we explore the effect of humanoid embodiment, and user study 2 is to find out the uncertain actions of RVA. In the user study 1, we recruited 30 participants and used the within subject design strategy. Each participant is asked to interact with above 3 agents. These agents, VA, HRVA, and EHRVA. The order of agents was counterbalanced with a Latin square. Participants are asked to complete experimental tasks in a museum that we show just now in the movie. To assess participants' perceptions and experiences, we use 3 measures: interaction data, questionnaire, and semi-structured interview. For the interaction data, we recorded each participant's interaction time and the number of speech interactions with above 3 agents. And the participants were asked to fill out a questionnaire after interacting with those agents. For each agent, after interaction with each agent, they were asked to fill out the questionnaire. The questionnaire was adjusted based on existing studies on agents and has 4 dimensions, that is sensory dimension, social dimension, emotion dimension, and behavioral dimension. Finally, we collected additional qualitative feedback during the semi-structured interview. 2 questions were asked to assess participants' overall experience during the experiment. We use one-way analysis of variance to analyze all quantitative data, with significant differences of p smaller than 0.05. When the result shows that the differences is statistically significant, LSD post-hoc analysis is used to do the pairwise comparison. So this is our result. For interaction time and the number of speech interaction, the values of ANOVAs shows both of them have significant differences in those 3 agents. But when we use LSD to compare each agent, we found there was no significant difference between VA and HRVA with these 2. And for sensory dimension, EHRVA and HRVA has a high rating on believability, attractiveness, and novelty compared to VA, while EHRVA was rated higher than HRVA. For social dimension, EHRVA and HRVA were rated as a higher level of attentional allocation, involvement, intimacy, and empathy compared to VA. EHRVA was rated higher than HRVA effect for attentional allocation. For emotion dimension, EHRVA and HRVA have a high rating in terms of presentness, arousal, and dominance compared to the VA. Each RVA was also rated higher than HRVA. For behavioral dimension, EHRVA and HRVA were rated significantly higher for recommendation and continue to use than VA. EHRVA was also rated higher than HRVA. By analysis the result of the interview, we also can say that EHRVA is more popular. The question 1, what is your strongest impression after interaction with this agent? Showed that an agent with bodies and are considered rigid and unattractive. Agents with bodies make users feel more real, while emotions can make people feel more friendly. So there are some typical answers from participants. And for question 2, which agent do you like the most and why? Only one participant said she preferred the VA and stated because this voice assistant introduces the exhibit more directly and not disturbed from the body. Other participants all indicated that they preferred the EHRVA. For example, because her expressions and movements are friendly and which I can feel a great closeness between her and me. In user study 2, we evaluate the effective of the uncertain actions of the agent on its believability. We recruited 18 participants. The interaction scenario was same as the user study 1. The 2 agents we compared is CRVA, that is RVA with certain actions of blink and body orientation, and UCRVA, the RVA with uncertain actions of blink and body orientation. Participants will be required to evaluate 3 variables of RVAs: realism, blink, naturalness, and body orientation naturalness in the questionnaire. The paired sample t-test is used to evaluate those two agents. The rating results show that the UCRVA has a high rating than CRVA for realism and naturalness. So through our experiments, we can say for humanoid embodiment, EHRVA evokes higher behavioral engagement from users than voice assistant, but the differences between HRVA and the VA did not occur. We can explain these results from interviews. VA and the HRVA were generally perceived as more mechanism, thus reducing the motivation of users to interact. Humanoid RVAs receive higher user ratings than voice assistants on all dimensions, indicating that RVAs have effectively improved user experiences when communicating with users through nonverbal behaviors, which also have been reported in existing studies. For emotional expression, EHRVA evokes higher behavioral engagement and receives higher user ratings than HRVA. This result suggests that RVA can improve user experience and cater more to user preference when they convey positive emotions. It indicates that for smartphone-based RVAs, emotional expressions play a crucial role in improving user behavior engagement compared to humanoid embodiment. For uncertain action, the humanoid in RVAs with uncertain action can effectively improve their realism and naturalness. So we can conduct it that humanoid embodiment and the emotional expression of RVA could increase their believability and attractiveness, novelty, and positive affect users' social presence, emotional experience, and behavioral intention compared to voice assistant. Humanoid in RVA with emotional expressions was more preferred by users and could evoke higher level of behavioral engagement and better user experience. Uncertain actions could make humanoid in RVAs more believable. So hope our findings can guide the design of intelligent virtual agents on smartphone-based AI application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. First, great presentation. And now we proceed with the question for the audience. If anyone has any question, please your hand and we'll assign each one their turn. Any question? No question. Well, thank you, Team View.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Well, is here Vyacheslav Wolfengagen. The article is Concert hand for the displays concept and framework for information process reality. Is here? No. Is here Salim? Anna Bashekiova.
Hi,
Anna,
yeah, my team is here.
Okay, Anna, it's your turn. You can start with your presentation.
Yes, we have a pre-recorded presentation, so I will share my screen and then we can watch the presentation, if that's all right. So let me see. I think I need to check whether I can also share a web page. I think, yeah, I can. Okay, sorry. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it, Annalise.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Then I will start the presentation.
I think we can't hear it.
Sorry, was someone saying something?
Sorry, it was me. I personally can't hear it. I don't know about the others.
I cannot hear it also.
Yeah.
Oh, that is weird because I do hear it.
Huh.
Let me see what I can do. Anna, I don't know if you have also the recording with you so that we can try that.
Yeah. Try yours and I'll find the recording meanwhile.
Because still not?
No.
No,
Okay.
no, we
All right,
can.
wait. Then I will stop sharing.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Sorry about that. We're going to try to play it from mine. Hello and welcome to our presentation. We will be presenting the research that we have conducted, taking an adaptive modeling approach to employee burnout in the context of the Big Five personality traits. So burnout is a syndrome which has devastating health and lifestyle consequences for individuals, and there is a large financial and operational cost on organizations. In this research, we utilize the three-dimension definition of burnout, characterized by emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and reduced personal accomplishment. While there are overarching patterns to the syndrome, each individual has a unique experience of burnout. And this is largely due to the individual personality traits that impact things like stress perception and threat experience. The 5 factors model is one of the main research paradigms which has been used to explore the personality burnout relationship. The Big 5 personality traits are emotional stability, extroversion, conscientiousness, openness, and agreeableness. And while all have been found to relate to burnout, one's emotional stability has been found to be the most predictive for burnout development. So an individual who is highly neurotic would be more prone to experiencing strong negative emotions and would have a higher risk of developing burnout across 3 dimensions. Personality and work environment both shape one's predisposition and development of burnout. In order to understand that interaction, we looked at the job demands and resources model for environmental influences. In accordance to the recent literature reviews, we modeled workload, interpersonal conflict, and job insecurity as job demands, and job autonomy and social support as job resources. So the focus of our presentation, our aim was to introduce a relatively new research paradigm to study burnout development, namely adaptive network modeling. Building upon empirical evidence for the job demands resources model in relation to burnout and the Big 5 personality traits, the adaptive model in this paper treats burnout as a dynamic and adaptive interplay between personality traits and perception of job demands and resources. Due to the adaptive nature of the model, it can investigate how changes in a particular job demand or resource can impact burnout and how that relates to personality change. In the second part of the paper, we investigated whether the introduction of an individual level intervention, in this case, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, can alter one's environmental perceptions and reduce neuroticism. The adaptivity of the model allowed for a realistic representation of a complex dynamics of internal and external factors that contribute to the development of burnout, and helps to give insight into the potential effects of burnout-related therapy, which have not yet been thoroughly researched. And now for the design.
Having the so-called adaptive temporal causal network base in mind, we tried to base our design on existing literature that supports our proposal to create a mathematical blueprint, if you will, of the dynamics of the nodes and the characteristics of the network, with the help of declarative mathematical functions and relations. The adaptivity of the network is modeled according to the principle of self-modeling or reification, which means that each adaptive network characteristic, a state, is added to the network called self-model state or reification state, which represents this adaptive network feature. The network characteristics for this model approach are described as follows. connectivity characteristics representing the connection strength between the states, aggregation characteristics used to aggregate multiple incoming impacts on a certain state, and timing characteristics representing the timing of the impact on a certain state. In our design, we use the A-logistic function, which is obtained from the classical simple logistic sum function and has values between 0 and 1. Neuroscientific literature shows a distinction between synaptic and non-synaptic plasticity or adaptation. These concepts have been translated to our model by introducing self-model states of synaptic plasticity of the form WXIY to represent the adaptive weight of the connection between two states. As for non-synaptic plasticity for excitability thresholds, we introduce self-model states of the form TY to represent the adaptive excitability threshold of state Y, where lower excitability threshold means higher excitability or more sensitive, and a higher excitability threshold means less sensitive. Now, for the adaptive causal network model, at the base level of the adaptive model, we included job demands and resources, building upon empirical evidence for the job demands resources model in relation to burnout. Central to the model is, however, the perception, as the main focus of the paper is investigating how the perception of job demands and resources changes the big personality trait, the big 5 personality traits, in response to external changes and therapy. The base level also includes the 3 dimensions of burnout, which are emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and reduced personal accomplishment. We therefore added a therapy factor in the base level model, since there is reason to believe that certain types of individual therapy, for example, mindfulness cognitive-based therapy, can reduce burnout symptoms by adjusting people's perception of reality to perception without emotional or intellectual distortions. Lastly, we included an external state factor in the base level model to introduce a particular external change, for example, the appointment of a new manager in a person's team. For the first order reification level of our model, we include the big 5 personality traits designed as adaptive state directly related to the self-model state of the network characteristics, as their main aim is to modulate the base level processes. As personality changes have been found to be predictive of changes in one's perception of the work environment and experience, that gave us reason to include links in our model from the personality traits to the W states, representing the weight of the connection between perception and job demands and resources. Lastly, for the second reification level, which is tackling the adaptivity of personality traits over time and in response to various external factors mentioned above. In order to account for the potential changes in personality traits, a second order reification level is set. Here, 5 excitability threshold T states are appended, each linking to one personality trait. We found evidence that there are links between job demands towards personality traits, and therefore we added links from some of the base level job demands and resources towards the T states. Based on the mathematical model described before, we experimented with 2 different scenarios exploring the effects of highly neurotic personality traits on the chances to develop burnout with and without therapy. Here is the scenario.
Yeah, so the focus of scenario 1 was how particular changes in the work environment can impact the development of burnout and cause personality alterations. To simulate scenario 1, we focused on neuroticism as a dominant personality trait. You see the simplified model on the slide. The yellow nodes represent the focus of the scenario. So for this scenario, we wanted to simulate how a person high in neuroticism would react to a change in external circumstances. In this case, the appointment of a new manager. We set up the scenario in such a way that the new manager would change the person's perception of autonomy from high to lower. Because job autonomy is a job resource according to the JDR model, it functions as a protective factor against the 3 burnout dimension. Less job autonomy carries the risk of increasing the experience of emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and reduced personal accomplishment. In this scenario, the impact that the experience lower autonomy has on the person's feeling of depersonalization is especially interesting because when a person becomes more depersonalized as a result of less autonomy, so the person becomes more disconnected to the job and more cynical, this increases the risk of interpersonal conflict. Research shows that interpersonal conflict has a strong impact on individuals high in neuroticism. This means that when a person that is already high in neuroticism experiences interpersonal conflict, they may be prone to become more neurotic because of the stress the conflict causes. So it is simulated that higher interpersonal conflict makes the person slightly more neurotic, which in turn increases the chance of developing burnout. So now for the simulation.
Here you can see the graph for the simulation of this scenario, because as neuroticism is the dominant personality trait, the initial value for it is high, as well as the initial value for the external state. And the connection from the external state to the W state of autonomy is set to a negative vector of -1. Since we wanted to simulate that because of the appointment of a new manager, as the perception of autonomy becomes lower. In the graph, you see that when the perception of autonomy becomes lower, the depersonalization, as well as the other two dimensions of burnout, are getting higher, and also the perception of interpersonal conflict increases. We also see that the perception of interpersonal conflict goes up, together with the value for the neuroticism. We consciously chose to set the speed factors of all personality traits, as well as neuroticism, to very low, because although research shows that personality is malleable, these changes did not go very fast.
Fantastic. So for scenario 2, we built an adaptive model in scenario 1 through introducing the external influence of mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. So mindfulness is described as awareness and acceptance of ongoing emotional experiences, which can act as a protective factor against neuroticism. Mindfulness-based interventions have been proposed as an alternative to one-to-one cognitive behavioral interventions because they have been found to be more targeted to neuroticism and also to be more cost-effective. So empirical evidence through randomized controlled trials suggests that patients with high neurotic levels who have undergone mindfulness-based cognitive therapy have decreased levels of neuroticism, undergoing profound changes such as lower levels of rumination and higher levels of decentering and compassion. Evidence within the workplace is limited. However, evidence does show that mindfulness-based interventions were effective in reducing negative psychological effects of the working environment, particularly job demands. Mindfulness cognitive-based therapy allows individuals to see themselves as separate from their moods and thoughts. It decreases their reactivity to their environment. It helps them break out of the cycle of ruminative thinking. So an individual can, over time, learn to perceive work stressors, such as the interpersonal conflict that we mentioned in scenario 1, in a non-reactionary, less ruminative way. And now for the simulation.
For simulating the scenario for the impact of individual therapy on the development of burnout with a person with high neuroticism, at a technical level, we initiate a therapy state with a relatively higher value than the rest of the traits. As expected, we can observe its positive impact on all 3 dimensions of burnout. The most dramatic change can be seen, however, in the reduced personal accomplishment, as it drastically decreases after 25 iterations, which is reason enough to believe that therapy can have a strong positive impact. In addition to that, the graph shows quite early in the simulation a decrease in emotional exhaustion, which is reduced to 0 only after 5 iterations. As for the depersonalization, the decreasing effect is not as dramatic as in the other 2 states. However, the graph clearly shows an ongoing slow decrease. As such, the simulation of this scenario in a second-order adaptive model shows that the introduction of therapy on a person high in neuroticism changes their perception to work environmental aspects positively, hence causing a decrease in the chance of developing a burnout.
So The results of the simulations are promising. The first simulation showed that, as expected, neuroticism slightly increased as a result of increased interpersonal conflict due to the perceived lower autonomy. Hence, the simulation of scenario 1 showed that it is indeed possible to simulate a scenario where neuroticism is adaptive. The second simulation showed that the response to therapy of a person having neuroticism indeed causes a decrease in emotional exhaustion and therefore a decrease in the chance of developing burnout. Also, the contribution to the current literature is twofold. On one hand, we extended earlier research findings by introducing personality traits and job demands and resources as adaptive, interconnected nodes that could change over time and predict burnout development. And on the other hand, the paper demonstrates the potential mindfulness cognitive-based therapy to reduce neuroticism in organizational settings, in addition to the clinical and the subclinical settings. And for the future research,
for the future research, well, we now have focused solely on neuroticism as a personality trait in relation to job autonomy. It would be interesting to experiment further with the concept of adaptive personality traits. So looking whether other personality traits can also be adaptive in relation to specific changes in the work environment could be an example of possible future research. Also, it could extend simulations focused on several interventions in order to compare the effectiveness of various interventions on personality trait change and burnout reduction. As we now focused only on a individual level therapy, organizational level interventions are also extremely interesting to include in the model and explore their potential effect.
Thank you for listening to the presentation. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Right, nice.
You wrote, you have a research topic very interesting, and now it's time for the question. Any question for the vote? Any question? No? Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. This blog we will close and next with the other paper more late. Thank you so much all. Anna, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. We will wait for Howard Schneider some minutes.
Okay.
Okay, the next presentation is by Howard Schneider.
Okay. You know, I just came from the oratory and the keynote speaker is still speaking. Do you want to wait till he finishes?
Yes. Yes.
He said he wanted to go over time because he had interesting stories to tell. It's hard. I can't really open I can't open Zoom in two rooms at once, so I had to log off there. Can you see the oratory? Can you see what's happening there?
I'm not listening what's happening in auditory.
I tried with Zoom, but as soon as I log into another room, it logs me off of one room. So
Okay, I am connecting me with the auditory room.
Okay.
When the talk finished, we start.
Okay. I'll be quick.
Thank you.
15 minutes and then 5 minutes questions. I'll be careful with time.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Howard. This is Ricardo here.
Hi, Ricardo. Nice to hear you.
I am here at the auditory, and it seems that the speaker, the invited speaker, didn't finish yet. So I'm trying to stay in both of the things because I want to hear you. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'll be
okay.
Talking about logic. I know you like that subject.
Yeah. I can give you a feedback as soon as they finish here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Herman. Now we have not much time, so if someone has some.
It seems that the keynote speaker just finished his talk.
Okay.
And they are concluding the session, and probably people are moving to to your session, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, we can start.
Okay, so we can start now. Okay, so let me just. Okay, let's see. So can all of you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start. So I know some of you. I'm Howard Schneider from Toronto, Canada. I will be talking today, as the screen says, an analogical inductive solution to the grounding problem. What is a symbol grounding problem? Harnett gives a nice definition, but let me jump to an example right away. You know you have no knowledge of Chinese. You want to learn Chinese language. You want to translate this. You're given a Chinese to Chinese dictionary. The problem is if you try and translate this, you're going to go from one string of symbols without any meaning attached to the symbols to another string of symbols. I'm going to talk now about a solution to the grounding problem via the causal cognitive architecture. What is this architecture? I've presented at other BICA conferences. I'm currently in my latest submission, CCA5 version. The paper submitted to the conference was written about 6 months ago, but it's same ideas as what's in the latest paper. The architecture is based on navigation maps, which I did talk about 2 days ago, the biological inspiration. This is before the GPS, the Auto Association would give you these little maps. You want to go, say, from Vancouver in Canada to some other town. Here it takes you to the mountains, then you flip it over and there's another map. Each one of these is a navigation map. Same thing in my architecture. Navigation maps are arrays. Here in Python, I'm using NumPy library. I'm not going to talk much about biological origins. I did the other day, but basically it's inspired. Let me just move. I have all the speaker thing here. It's inspired by the, the fact that in the hippocampus does both navigation and memory management. We've known the structure of the brain since the 1950s. The repeating units are called cortical columns. There's about 300 mini columns in our brains. And more or less, I'm just assuming that in evolution, my postulation was that there was gene duplication, as often happens, and the circuits forming the cortex in mammals are similar to the hippocampal circuits. In other words, each one of those 300 million cortical columns is a navigation map. So don't think of it a big associative array. Think of it 300 million little maps there. So they have connectionist properties within the map and also between some of them, and also they have symbolic properties. This is the architecture is controlling a robot here. I'm going to call it just CCA Cognitive Causal Architecture 5 or CCA5 robot. Just means the same thing, the architecture plus the embodiment. It wants to cross this river. This is what it sees. It's going to create this navigation map. Again, a navigation map is an array. It can contain features. Water is a feature. It can contain links to other cells and other maps or within the same map. It can contain procedures. It doesn't show it here, but any cell, all these things can be mixed together and can be multiple of them in any cell. Every module in the architecture uses navigation maps. A cognitive cycle, sensory inputs come in. There's processing and motor outputs out. Okay. The operations on the maps, as I talked about 2 days ago, different than if I was working with symbolic logic, if I was using Prolog, which I do have an old copy of, or if I was trying to program an expert system, I'd be using if-then statements. As I mentioned the other day, if I was working neural networks, using PyTorch, TensorFlow, different. This is really a different type of AI. It's the operations I do. I can copy navigation maps, compare them, add them, subtract them, add vectors to them, match them. Okay, let's see an example of the architecture, but without the inductive feedback mechanism. Okay, the robot's out and about. It wants to cross the river. It does operations on the navigation maps. Sensory information goes into local navigation maps. These are matched to higher order maps. These maps are matched to the maps in the causal memory module. Best map is chosen. There's spatial binding. Then I deal with temporal binding, as I presented last year. The result is sensory information comes into the architecture. You get down here to the navigation module. You get a working navigation map, which I just showed you. Also, the information splits off here. This blue line represents the temporal binding in the sequential error correcting module, which of course, I'm assuming is the cerebellum, but you really, as I showed the other year, you really need to do temporal error correcting, which the philosophers don't think about. It's the binding problem is not just spatial, it's also temporal. Also, I'm feeding data here to the primitives. The primitives are procedures or rules, productions. Primitives are triggered. This triggers it. A working primitive is formed. The working primitive is also a navigation map. Its operations are simple. There are array linear algebra operations. There's also triggers in the goal of motion module, which will affect the working primitive chosen. The goal is to cross the river. Equation 78 in the paper. The equations are linear algebra with pseudocode. The working primitive is applied against the working navigation map. This is it. It's seeing it here. The scene it creates. This is the database that I showed you. What it's got to do, it's going to call a pathfinding primitive. The pathfinding primitive has to find a path across the river. It can't work with this. It needs to know either is it air, is it water, or is it a solid. The primitives can work with that. So these have to be transformed to that. The problem is solid 08, which is a leaf. The system, at this level, I don't have language in my system. Language really won't matter for the grounding problem, even though I know it's usually talked about in terms of language. It knows solid 08. How does it know that the leaf is solid 08? Because in the initial database, 10,000 items were fed in. It can recognize 10,000 objects, but it knows nothing about it. It doesn't matter if I tell its leaf, it would be useless for the architecture. It knows solid 08. It knows what it can visually recognize it. I know it's thin sheets and understands thin, understands sheets. That's it. So it never had experience with this. Problem is that it's in the solid category, so it's going to consider it solid. So here's solid, grass, trees, this is solid. And the pathfinding primitive finds a path across the river. But the problem is it steps onto the leaves and its leg goes into the water and gets wet and it falls in the river and gets damaged. Okay, it tries again to cross the river. Now it's grounded. It has grounding in stepping into the water, onto leaf. It knows it steps on the leaf, it gets wet. It won't go there. It's had this negative experience. So now it'll make a better decision. Grounding's important. These are the equations in my paper which define grounding. A grounded feature, it can be any feature such that it's in the local navigation maps, which is the first maps created. And the feature is also in the sensory inputs, which is in the previous case when the information about 1008 leaves were fed in electronically. It didn't have any experience with it. It's as if a student's memorizing something for a test and has no grounding in it. Okay, we're going to do a new example. We're okay with time. Now the robot wants to, a new robot. It has no memory of the river. Brand new robot from the robot factory. And let's try again. This time we're going to use this part of the equation. And what it says is a feature can become grounded by the analogical inductive mechanism. What's the analogical inductive mechanism? Here, let's go through it. It's going to make the maps as before. It's going to match them. It's temporal binding. Here we have the working navigation map. Here we have it's temporally bounded. Here, primitive is triggered, same as before. It's going to activate this. And it's going to get to the same place where it's got to figure out what is link 008. It doesn't have any information. There's very poor grounding there. So, but this time, because what's going to happen is, as I showed about 3-4 years ago at a BICA conference, the reason I found this architecture very interesting is because if I feedback partial results, I get causal behavior out of the architecture. And the interesting thing is I get psychotic behavior also. Then I look at the world around me and primates really do not have causal behavior. They don't have psychosis either. It's really rare, but it's common in humans and we have full causal behavior. I said, wow, this interesting model. It's maybe these navigation maps, interesting way to go, which I was very excited about. What I've done now is the feedback mechanism has been slightly altered. These are the equations. And again, it's linear algebra with pseudocode. I'm not going to go through, I'm going to go through them more visually to show you what happens. And again, it's very biologically oriented. It's not, in the 1950s, people said, oh, we know we have these big computers, von Neumann machines, and people are trying to figure out how the brain could be a von Neumann computer. And, that was a bad idea. It really didn't work out. And then in the 2000s, people are saying, oh, neural networks, brain's like a neural network. There must be back propagation. I know people are still working on it. How does the brain do back propagation? Again, it'll be proved to be a bad idea. This is much more biologically feasible. The navigation map and the working navigation is fed back to input sensory vectors, which I presented about 3 years ago. This is the feedback. You don't have to, no big changes, just some more axons get attached there. And there's lots of feedback in the brain. And the reason there's feedback also in this causal cognitive architecture is because the upstream system will influence the downstream results. Basically, the feedback will influence what it's recognizing. But also now what I do is I also send information to the causal memory module, a copy of this. What it does, it matches to the best map in the causal memory match, and then it looks at what was the next map it used. And then it looks at the next map, it puts it in this new structured temporary memory map, or just a short-term memory register, which is a big deal for a biological architecture. If you're doing a normal computer, you say, oh, give me 1 billion memory registers. Can't do that here. It's a big deal. And then I put a negative copy of this in the navigation, back in the navigation module. So now what's in the navigation module, the working navigation memory represents the difference between the best match of what it did. And now what we're going to do is we're going to just copy in the next cognitive cycle, which I presented 3-4 years ago in the normal feedback. This map just gets returned back to the navigation module. And now the result, this navigation map represents the difference between the best match, like difference would happen in an analogy situation, plus the old map. Basically, it looks like, I'm going to show a little graphical example to make it clear. Unless you've been writing notes with a pen and paper, I know it's hard to follow. Induction by analogy has occurred mathematically. I have object, I don't know, these are blocking on my screen. I don't know if you can see it here. I'm just pushing it down here. Okay, on the bottom. This is object Y. Let me just clean up my picture. Okay, object Y, we have two objects. Object X has properties A1, A2, A3 to AN. Object Y has properties A1, A2, A3 to AN. Okay, we see, hey, property Y also has, object Y also has property B. Therefore, by induction by analogy, object X is also going to have B. This is what's happened. This is an example from Francois Cholet. He's done abstraction reasoning corpus, basically a book of IQ tests for machines. Say there you see a navigation map like this. There's a line here. I don't know what it means. You feed it into the machine. It won't know what to do either. It'll match it to the best matching map, which is this. Then what happens in the next cycle? In the past, the best matching map, what was the next navigation map this pointed to? It pointed to this. See, this is the difference. Therefore, we take the difference and we apply it to the original map. And effectively, this is induction by analogy. Okay, let's apply it to the example. I would need to go through 2 or 3 cognitive cycles, which isn't a big deal if cognitive cycles are occurring even in a biological creature at 100, 200 milliseconds. In a second, half a second, this is done, but it'll take me 5 minutes to show it. But let me just scrub it with words. So basically, solid 1008, that's the leaf. Is it a solid for the pathfinding instinctive primitive? So link 1008, we can recognize the scene as a solid. We know it's thin sheets, but we have no other grounding. Okay, the inductive mechanism is run, and it happens automatically. Just like in a gasoline or diesel engine, you have pistons going up and down, you have valves opening, cams are turning, little gears are turning. This is all occurring automatically. In equation 98, the difference is legs. It basically, there's different levels of grounding. I know a lot of times when I read philosophical papers, there's grounding or not grounding. However, in the truth, there's levels of grounding. The example I gave you with the Chinese to Chinese dictionary is terrible grounding. You can't do anything. However, you have a whole range of grounding. And usually this analogical mechanism will ground it to something. For example, this robot has experience. It stepped on thin sheets of newspaper in a deep puddle, and what happened? Its legs got wet. Didn't get damaged, but legs got wet. Okay, the thin sheets of the leaves, which are thin sheets, are going to get matched the newspaper thin sheets, and the difference is going to be legs wet. Then the working navigation map analogical becomes this 1008, the solid plus legs wet. This gets fed, the next cognitive cycle happens. Instinctive primitive is applied against it. It sees solid 1008 wet, therefore it's going to consider it water, not as a solid when it's transforming the navigation map. And what happens is before it's going to say, okay, this were the trees, the grass, it's solid. This is the air up there. This is water where it sees the river, but it's going to consider the leaves as water. It's not solid for the pathfinding primitive. So it's going to say, no, you can't go here. There's no path. There's no path. It's water. And in fact, this is an actionable result. There's no more feedback. An action will occur. It'll say switch directions. And it won't cross the river. It'll switch into different direction. Basically, I'm almost done. This talk is about the grounding problem, but note that analogical inductive abilities are now a core mechanism of the architecture. A lot of times there's psychologists who specialize in this, analogies for IQ tests, see how smart somebody is. And that's how we usually think of analogies. However, what this suggests is that if the fact that it's biological brain inspired, analogy is probably core mechanism how our brains work. And in fact, there is psychological evidence to that. And in fact, Douglas Hofstadter of Guadalajara Bach fame, the last 20 years, he's been working on this, talking about it. Probably when we think for mundane things, you're picking up a toothbrush, putting it at an angle, doing this, we're using analogies all the time. So, but anyways, but once we have these analogies, a solution to the grounding problem almost emerges automatically. Everything's grounded. I can go into a bit more detail. There's level spectrum of grounding. But last few seconds, and I'm done. In a lot of papers, people talk about the grounding problem in terms of language. My architecture doesn't have language. I'm not at that point. I wasn't going to work on it. However, language has already emerged. And why does it emerge? Because this. If I want to know why the architecture made a decision, I can look at every time a decision occurs, there's a working navigation map, and that working navigation map is stored in the causal memory, the causal cognitive memory. And basically, I just read back what the maps were done, and I get an explanation. But in order to read it back, I have a few verbs, a few nouns, so it's read back properly. And, hey, a proto-language has already emerged. And actually, in equation 106, as before, this pseudocode applied primitive nav to proto-lang, it's just reading back navigation maps. Okay, the mathematics for dealing with proto-language in the system is exactly the same as dealing with everything else. The same mathematics applies, ergo grounding occurs. Could a full language emerge from this? I don't want, could a full version of English or Portuguese or Chinese emerge from this? I would think so. And if so, the same mathematics will apply. Conclusion, an analogical inductive solution to the grounding problem has been presented. Important takeaway, simple grounding, it's not just a philosophical issue, it's an engineering issue. And dealing with simple grounding results in better problem-solving performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Howard. Questions?
Hi, Howard. This is yes. Ricardo here.
Hi, Ricardo.
I'm following you by my mobile and also here on the room.
Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Yeah.
So maybe I will try to touch you later to more. But right now, I'd like to come back to something that I have pointed out in your last talk. That because here you are again showing us a kind of a grid map, and your solution in some sense appears to be related to this representation of the map in terms of a grid of information that is organized in a structured way. But yes. In other kinds of maps, you can have just the coordinates of the elements that are on the map, and you don't actually have a grid. And so I was trying to figure out if it's possible to use the same logic that you're using here of making operations on maps on these other kinds of maps, which are not grids. Maps where you just have the coordinates of all the elements that are part of the map. Do you think it's possible to use the same kind of operators that you're using here, or these logic that you're pointing here is too much tied to the notion of a grid map?
The reason I'm using this, it's actually very biologically inspired, from work on the hippocampus. In the brain, the neuron pathways tend to be very structurally, spatially organized. Like you have like, 500,000 neuron, like fibers coming from your eyes, and there's a spatial organization to them. Same thing with our senses. There's a lot of spatial organization in the brain. So that's the reason I was using it. Basically, a lot of my ideas, Ricardo, as you noticed a few years ago, I'm sort of copying the brain and I'm making postulations that this happens, that happens, and then saying, okay, what happens when I develop it? But theoretically, you're right. It could be done other ways. In the brain, though, there is spatial organization. So I've decided to keep the same spatial organization. By the way, what you're talking about, a lot of people were thinking about this in the 2000s. And a lot of work was done on the hippocampus, resulting in a Nobel Prize to O'Keefe and Moser, a couple of years ago. It's and people, because the hippocampus, it was memory, then it was spatial, and it's actually 3 dimensions. It's not just 2 dimensions. The 2 dimensions, we can sort of see the grid map. 3 dimensions became complicated. I forget his name. I think Yampolsky in Israel. He's doing work with fruit bats, because the bats fly in 3 dimensions, and he actually mapped out the 3-dimensional mapping, because the cortex is a 2D sheet, and actually it's somehow a 3D pattern is mapped on it, and he sort of deciphered how it's done. But I agree with what you're saying. It's just I just said, okay, the brain's using this. Let me copy the same structure.
Okay, thank you. I will try to contact later.
I always enjoy speaking with you, and I wish I could see you in person this year. It's always I learned so much from you, Ricardo. It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
There is a second question.
Yeah, from Peter.
Peter,
is it based on Damasio's mind maps as well, or just
no?
Of
Not really. I know Damasio, he's done a lot of work in emotion, but also he's come up with the mind maps, and he's done a lot of work in grounding and mind maps. It's not really based, it's based really on the, in the 2000s, a lot of good work was done on the hippocampus. And basically, I'm making this postulation that, what happened, a lot of evolution occurs by gene duplication. A bunch of genes duplicate and you get structures. And, animals like fish could have spatial navigation. Lizards do, big dinosaurs with their tiny little brains, could navigate, do things. And, what I think happened in mammals is that circuits similar to the hippocampus got duplicated a zillion times and resulting in a cortex, basically similar circuits. And, and again, there's no definite proof of that, but that's what I believe happened. There's some proof starting to emerge. Some of the cells we see in the hippocampus may have similar cells in other parts of the cortex. And that was the inspiration for it. However, Damasio did touch upon some of that. I did some extra reading on Damasio lately, and I have him, 2 of his references are in the bibliography. And, it's interesting, Peter, a lot of the questions, like philosophers ask, like the world around us, there's reasons for it. I know AI has ignored most of them, even starting with Searle, but, people were, years ago, Searle, Dreyfus, people were saying, hey, AI won't work, this won't work, because they're saying, look at this problem, the Chinese room problem, this, and, there's some truth to it. And Damasio too, with the cognitive mind maps. The cognitive maps also, though, were brought up even before Damasio. In I think I was in high school. There are people, O'Keefe, who won the Nobel Prize recently for the work on the hippocampus. The idea of cognitive maps were brought up before. It's once you have data like XY data, people think of maps. But it's not directly related to Damasio's work, although Damasio did suggest this like 20, 30 years ago. And I have him as a reference now. I don't know, does that make sense what I'm saying?
Thank you, as always. And I love the point on different levels of symbol grounding and Did other people mention, because I think I've seen it someplace, the simple grounding is an engineering problem as well, or is it your idea? Because I don't want to be unclear about that.
I think in the last few years, as people have tried in robotics, they have more so in two areas, language and robotics. In robotics, as people are starting to realize the importance of embodied cognition, which is related to the grounding problem. And in language, people have realized there's somebody, Stephanie Tellex, T-L-L-E-X, she's been writing about that a lot. I think she was at MIT, then Raytheon. I forget where, a lot of papers by her on that. It's an issue in robot, like the, and they're starting to realize that it is a grounding problem. I think though when Searle's idea came out, nobody really considered it as a serious engineering problem. Here's a philosopher just talking about it, right? But, as other people have started realizing, if you really want to make machines that are going to work, these constraints actually need to be solved. Same thing with the binding problem, which I hit. And the grounding problem, there have been some people talking about different levels of grounding. I think that needs to be done better, realizing that things are not just grounded or not grounded. Like, in the Chinese room problem, like the Chinese dictionary, the grounding is 0. But, I don't think things are either no grounding or grounding. I think there is a spectrum of it, and it's interesting to explore it in terms of, what does that mean for system performance?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, the time for questions is over. If you have more questions, please contact the authors directly. The next presentation is from Igor Slipstov.
Slipstov, yes, it's me. I'm ready to present my talk. Let me share the screen. It says that I cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, well, we consider a problem of generating words of context-sensitive language deterministically, yet with no specific requirements for its distribution on the example of type lambda calculus. Let me start with the bottom line. Well, these generators are useful in particular for property-based testing. And in this talk, I'm going to shed a light on a key idea of how one can implement a generator of words of context-sensitive language, well, on the example of simply typed lambda calculus, which is of particular interest for property-based testing of functions that work with variable domain and dependencies as objects. First of all, well, I would like to recall the idea of property-based testing as the possible application of our generator, which is to formalize a property of testing unit, say function, specify a generator of test cases, and check the property on a large sample of generated test cases. For example, well, let's say, let's consider the example when one writes a function g that searches for a root of parametric equation given by a function f. The traditional way of testing is to check whether the value of the function g satisfies the equation for a finite set of handwritten parameters a, usually boundary ones. In the property-based testing, we define a property that function g must satisfy as given here, where R is a set of parameters. Given a generator of parameters, the testing framework is able to generate a sample of some parameters and check the property for each one. If everything goes well, the report is possible, which still does not 100% guarantee that there is no error. Otherwise, the falsifying test case is reported, and that indicates that we have a problem. We have an error. As a matter of fact, if you want 100% guarantee an absence of errors, you have to use the advanced type system and statically prove that your program is well typed and it has no error. There are a few requirements for the generator of test cases. It must be deterministic and it must cover all possible test cases. Note that neither the uniform distribution nor any other distribution requirement is in the list. The generator may be of unspecified distribution. However, it has to be deterministic, covering, and fast enough. Moreover, it should be configurable in order to reduce a total time of searching for a falsifying test case by changing the distribution with parameters. Property-based testing frameworks provide combinators to define a generator for context-free language. However, an efficient generator of context-sensitive language requires programming both data and control flow with the advanced combinators. Consider type lambda calculus, which is the simple functional programming language, as an example of context-sensitive language. The language of untyped lambda calculus is context-free. Therefore, there is very simple but extremely inefficient method to generate type lambda term by generating untyped one and then filtering all the well-typed lambda terms. This method is useless due to enormous number of untyped lambda terms per one typed one. The method we use is to generate a term by induction of the structure using one of the typing rules on each level or node of abstract syntax tree to generate alternatives. The list of typing rules are on the bottom of the slide. The detailed algorithm is presented here. The generator is parameterized with a goal type, a context, depth and size restrictions, and a few parameters of the algorithm as these weights and number of retries. When a complex syntax element is chosen to be generated, there is a chance that no appropriate subterm can be generated at all or in the reasonable time. This case cannot be detected statically. For example, consider a non-productive generator, nothing, that is defined as here. An alternative of non-productive nothing with productive string is stuck once generator enters nothing due to eager semantic of this combinator. Therefore, we must consider a case of fallback to step back and choose another alternative on the node of syntax tree. We limit the number of fallbacks to prevent exponential time. and make the last attempt in the so-called super-limited mode that is guaranteed to construct a maybe simple but term in a constant time if there is any. Now, when the method and particular algorithm are presented, I'd like to describe the application of the generator of type lambda terms. Since lambda terms represent programs, concepts, and even proofs due to Karihout isomorphism, the generator may be useful to test functions that work with variable dependencies and variable domains. That includes testing reductions on terms, translations. It includes testing compilers, interpreters, and so on. For instance, we have used it to test our JavaScript library that works with serializable lambda terms and manage a reduction strategy. One may consider using the generator directly as a randomizer of a value that depends on its context. To sum up, we propose a method of generating words of context-sensitive language on the example of simply typed lambda calculus. The generator is suitable for property-based testing of functions of lambda terms or objects with variable dependencies. It was implemented with FastCheck library and was successfully used to test our JavaScript library. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I'd like to answer you.
Questions?
Questions?
Okay, I think there is no questions.
Okay.
The next presenter, are you another time? You have 15 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions.
Please repeat again. May I proceed?
You are the next presenter. Other time. From your work, analysis, and comparison.
And random may not require specific distribution. For example, property-based testing requires a generator that eventually covers every test case. Since distribution is not very important, we shall consider other properties according to our goal. For example, we may want to optimize the time of generating a single object or test case, this size of this sample generated per second, or diversity of generated sample. We propose a method of comparing generators that can be used to choose the most optimal one for property-based testing or any other application by formalizing what exactly must be optimized and what the diversity stands for. We present a language of generator properties that can be measured and compared. Since generating algorithms are generally parameterized, we consider the problem of choosing parameters that optimize desired properties of parameterized generator, rather than comparing two unrelated generators. The proposed method consists of 3 stages. First, the data about the generator with fixed parameters must be collected. On this stage, we rely on methods of experimental physics, measuring the time and estimating its error for the set of generated objects. Second, the collected data must be analyzed. Since the series of objects can be considered as a sample of some random value, yet with a known distribution, the methods of statistics can be applied to calculate a set of quantitative properties of the sample. The list of properties is shown on the slide. First, the main performance property is, of course, the time per object generating. Then, any numeric property of objects can be used. For example, we applied our method to our generator of type lambda terms, whose numeric properties are depth, size, and numbers of steps to its normal form, if there is any. And finally, the most interesting case is discrete properties, such as the term itself or its normal form, or the term with types erased. The entropy of the discrete property can be estimated. However,
sorry, you're showing us the last presentation.
That is not good, and I'm sorry. Let me start the slides again. Well, I've said that. We have some properties to be optimized, like time or diversity or other things, and the problem is to formalize what does it mean. The method consists of 3 stages. On the first stage, we aimed in collecting data. On the second stage, we have to analyze this data by measuring different quantitative properties. The main one is generation time per object. Do you see the correct slide? I'm sorry, do you see the slide with quantitative properties?
Yes, we are seeing.
Okay, thank you. The main property is the time, but we can use any numerical property. We can calculate the mean value and the dispersion. And also the most interesting case is discrete properties. For them, we are able to calculate the estimation of the entropy. However, it requires the large sample of objects to estimate it. And we consider the entropy to be a quantitative value of diversity of the generator. That is, if we want to make our generator produce more diverse sample, we have to lower our entropy. Finally, one quantitative property must be chosen to be optimized, which might be a combination of the listed properties, of these properties. 2 generators with fixed parameters can be compared by that property. One may plot a property dependent on one of the parameters and group in series by another one for parameterized generator. The example is shown on that slide. There is a dependency of mean time of generation of per one object, depending on 3 parameters. Max size and penalty and restriction on number of retries on each level. The proposed method is general. It does not rely on the semantic of the language and thus can be used for analyzing and comparing generators of any language. Our application to the generator of typed lambda calculus is especially interesting because the language is context sensitive and lambda terms have additional computing related characteristics, both numeric and discrete. To sum up, we consider the problem of analyzing and comparing generators of complex data objects on the example of lambda calculus, typed lambda calculus. We propose the method that is based on statistical method and methods of experimental physics, which allow to accurately estimate the error in order to reduce it. The language of quantitative properties is proposed, and finally, we implemented our method in JavaScript to choose the parameters of our generator and apply it for property-based testing of our programs that work with lambda terms, that is, with abstract dependencies. Thank you for your attention. Please ask me questions. I'd like to answer one.
Thank you very much, Igor. I think there is no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is from Lin Wei.
Hello, I'm quickly going to share my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, my name is Lynn. I will be presenting my paper. The title of the paper is Modeling an Extension of Safety Culture Within an Organization Using an AI Coach, and specifically reducing the risk of postpartum depression by incorporating communication with parents during childbirth. Before I start, this is in combination with the Safe Coach project here in the Netherlands, and I essentially created models to aid with that project. To introduce, I'm going to be talking about three main topics. So why, the father's role, and a father's perspective and desires. The big why is childbirth is a complicated process, and in return, it has effects on the parents involved. Maternal postpartum depression is one of the greatest mental health issues that women face after giving birth. There's actually a 13% likelihood that a woman will suffer from this after birth. But similarly, and sadly not so well known, paternal postpartum depression can equally happen. And actually the biggest influence on whether a father develops paternal postpartum depression, and I will be referring to those terms in PPPD and MPPPD, is for fathers to, the most common predictor for fathers to develop postpartum depression is the mothers actually having postpartum depression. And then last but not least, having parents who are not mentally stable obviously has a huge effect on the child and their ability to evolve, and also on their mental health later on down the line. But that's just a general overview. I'm not going to be touching on the child so much because the paper focuses primarily on how to help the father. And this is because of the father's roles, essentially. In a lot of research, mothers have stated that the father is their number one supporter, mentally, physically, and technically in all aspects after having given birth. Moreover, fathers are the first person who can see signs of change in the mother. So having their mental health be at the best, or as best as it can be, is crucial for both parents to stay healthy. And then last but not least, the fathers are always typically put into the role of financial support and the provider of the family. And the reason why I'm touching on specifically fathers here is because a study has been done by Myers et al., where essentially they interviewed different fathers after the process. And these were just some of the most prominent quotes that fathers had said that I just wanted to have you take a quick look at. I mean, I think the first one says it all. I read the information my wife was given. All these quotes essentially depict that the father is completely left out and his role is not taken into account enough during the whole process. So I use network-oriented modeling to create models, and essentially my goal was to, hospitals have protocols in place. They have steps for everything in place. And I want to bring the importance to adding a possible protocol, a possible step, possible education for healthcare practitioners in order to also help the father and then in return have a positive influence on the mother and the child after childbirth. So first I will be touching on the decisions I made for the model itself. Then I have 4 cases that I will be presenting. So the first one is a case where the healthcare practitioner has a mental model. So essentially a thought track of communicating with the father. The second one includes this, but also an AI coach that then intervenes when there's not enough, when the healthcare practitioner doesn't act. And this intervention is time-based in the second case. In the third case, the AI coach monitors the world states essentially. And then if it sees that a world state is not activated enough, that the healthcare practitioner missed a step, it will step in and will do the action in place of the healthcare practitioner. And the last case is organizational learning, moving towards safety culture, where the AI coach learns from an expert in the field and then passes that on and uses the monitor formula to then monitor the world states and intervene. So decisions that were made based on the literature. There's a few factors which result in women developing maternal postpartum depression. These are all the ones that are considered are also present in the model. So a woman being multiparous versus nulliparous. Multiparous means that the woman has had a child before, one or more. And contrary to what someone might believe, that someone with experience is less likely to develop maternal postpartum depression, actually a woman being multiparous has a higher likelihood of the mother then developing postpartum depression due to the additional stress at home. Similarly to really any type of deviation from the original birth plan, from the mother's desires, in the sense that if she wanted a natural birth, but for her health purposes, she was advised to do a cesarean section after something like that. Even if she agrees to it, it still can result in negative mental health consequences. When there's no epidural administered, and the most shocking, honestly, to me when I did the research was that if a woman gives birth to an underweight child, she's 4 to 18 times more likely to develop maternal postpartum depression. And then similarly to MPPD, there's obviously higher risk for developing paternal postpartum depression, and these were the decisions and also the facts included into the model. As I said before, the number 1 predictor is maternal postpartum depression, so that has a great effect. Same with deviation from original birth plan. And then what the paper essentially wants to include, the lack of support, lack of communication, and lack of knowledge. This is the base model. I'm going to start with the blue oval. That is the mental model of the healthcare practitioner. And it's essentially that the healthcare practitioner, the steps that the healthcare practitioner goes through in their head. And then the end state of that has a direct effect on the world states, on the physical states that happen in the room, in the delivery room. Then there's different colors, and I'll explain those now. So the emotion states are the red ones. Can you see my mouse? I don't know. I'll just point like this. The emotion states are the red ones. Then there is the process states, which are the yellow ones. So these are the general, that's the process that happens in very simplified terms. We have the paternal states. So this is what the father is going through actively. Then we also have the context states right here. This color, the bottom ones, in case you can't see my cursor. And then also the communication action states, which are the ones in the center, like communication support, healthcare practitioner, pre-birth info, all of those. Now I'm going to go to the first case. Oh no. Okay, no, I'm still in. Which is the healthcare practitioner mental model. And you see two levels here essentially. And the red states on the red level determine the weight of the connection within the mental model of the healthcare practitioner. And I will show you the effect of that now. So here is a simulation of this case. On the left side, we have the best case. On the right side, we have the worst case. So in the best case, the healthcare practitioner has a perfect mental model, meaning all steps occur within their mind and then also are translated effectively into the real world. Just for a quick piece of information, because I am focusing on paternal postpartum depression, I did decide to put all the conditions essentially for the mother developing PPD as low as possible, just to focus on the father's aspect essentially, but you will still see a change within the maternal postpartum depression risk. So in the best case, the healthcare practitioner does everything correct. And this is essentially where the healthcare practitioner sets in. And as you can see, up until then, the risk, these are all in terms of the risk of something, of PPPD and in child development increases. And as soon as the healthcare practitioner steps in with the right communication, the right support, it immediately decreases and in return also has an effect on MPPD. In the worst case, this mental model doesn't exist. There is no indication that they should ever communicate with the father. And well, the effects are quite obvious. It stays very high. And there's really no sign of it. A little bit after the fear subsides, it goes down, but then it seems to be carrying on in a straight line at around 0.9, so at a very high level. And I'm going to go to the next slide. So the second case is where the AI coach intervenes. And in this case, for the base model, what I did is I duplicated the mental model of the healthcare practitioner for the AI coach to have this mental model. And same with the red states and the red level. Those were also duplicated for the AI coach. And then additionally, there was also some more green states added. Those are the H states, and those determine the activation. And like I said already, they were activated through time in this specific case. So in this simulation, you can see how that affects it. This simulation was done so that also the healthcare practitioner does not act. And as you can see on the little square where it says intervenes, that is when the AI coach steps in to take over the role of the healthcare practitioner at a specific time point. And similarly to the best case that you saw earlier, the results of that is that PPPD decrease in child development as well as MPPPD. The third case is the one that is closer to being applicable in practice, which is that the AI coach monitors, given that an AI coach just simply intervening could possibly have adverse effects on the communication that might be happening because it is only time dependent, the intervention. In this case, the AI coach monitors the world states, and you can see those by all those added states in the middle. Because they connect to the world states, they take in the information and they see whether there's enough activation of the communication states. And then if there isn't enough because the healthcare practitioner hasn't stepped in, the AI coach will take over those roles in order to ensure that the parents and the child flourish on in life afterwards. Here you can see the simulation of that. As you can see, obviously there is a little bit of a longer curve, yet it still has the decreasing trend. That is given the fact that the AI coach first has to make the judgment and cannot step in immediately. But in the end, it still has the same effect, just with a little bit of a extended. Then we have the fourth case, and this case is you have on the very left side on the red level, you have the an expert teaching the AI, which you'll see in the simulation happens right at the beginning with the intent that the AI goes into a process like that with full knowledge, the AI coach. You have, except for that, most of the red level states are equal. And then you have the feedback and the feed forward, where in the end, the goal is for the healthcare practitioner then to learn from the experience and do better next time, essentially. Oh, there you go. So here you have the simulation for that. For the feed forward, that is when the AI coach learns and it has all the information. It's a line that goes up immediately at the beginning for the AI coach to be able to act when it has to. You also see, similarly to the example before, that there's the increasing trend, because I don't think I've mentioned this. The idea is not fear and those emotions. The idea is not to erase emotions from humans, because those are natural, and fear and those emotions come up so the risk naturally increases. But if the right amount of support and communication is there, then there is a chance for the risk to be lowered significantly. So essentially, you have the upward trend again, and then the downward trend starts. And at that point is the AI coach has intervened already. He's helped already, but then the feedback gets activated. And that is essentially where the healthcare practitioner then learns from the experience and also applies it, which is why there's a cluster of so many lines there, because that is the learning process of taking in the information. So some limitations. So they're modeling learning during the process. This is sort of what happens in this example in the simulation I just showed. It is the learning happens during the process, whereas the learning should happen after. And then further work could really play more on the interaction between the healthcare practitioner and the AI coach during childbirth, so that it is not one or the other, but it is a combination of both. And this obviously, I wrote down pressing a button. So for example, that the healthcare practitioner then activates, because I mean, we all know that the healthcare industry and the workers within it are under incredible time pressure. They're always out of time. They always have something to do. So just an activation where that could just be a help for the healthcare practitioner instead of a nuisance. In summary, I wanted to just highlight the importance of mental models of healthcare practitioners and having the mental model for a communication action, because as you can see, the effects were immediate. They were exactly what we wanted, essentially, because by implementing those few communication actions that we all possess, it can have a big effect on the family afterwards, because the childbirth giving process doesn't just stop once the child is born. Then I showed you an example of an AI coach intervening during childbirth, and then also an AI coach monitoring the world states and intervening if necessary. And then last but not least, there was the last simulation where the AI coach learns the perfect knowledge from an expert, and then the healthcare practitioner learns from the AI coach after the childbirth process. So in conclusion, knowing the stressors is incredibly important. You can tackle paternal postpartum depression by tackling maternal postpartum depression, and also vice versa, given that when both are mentally healthy to some extent, they can be each other's support, and that is like I said earlier, they are each other's #1 support, and that is really crucial. And then also preventative measures are simply adequate support, adequate communication, and acknowledging the father in the room. Yes, thank you. Are there any questions?
Hi, I have a question for you, Sati. Hi.
Hi.
So what is the, I guess, status of the project? I mean, is this an ongoing implementation you have, or?
This is an ongoing project. So I wrote this paper as my thesis, and it's just a small model out of the many models that need to be implemented. It's called the Safe Coach project, and it's in the Netherlands, and they want to implement it hopefully an AI coach into a hospital setting. But for that to even be feasible, the AI coach has to have sufficient knowledge to be helpful rather than or be accepted in general, because people tend to I guess in some ways be a little close-minded to having a computer tell you what's right and what's not right. So it's part of a bigger project.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody has another question? Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
The next presentation is from Sadi Hawashari.
Cool. Thank you, Juan. Can I share my screen? Let me try screen share. Okay, neat. Can everyone see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Cool, awesome, thank you. So I'm gonna turn my video off so we can stop looking at me and look at my talk. So I'm gonna put this up. All right, so my talk is about an elephant, the stereotypical elephant in the room. And I'm gonna spend the next 10, 15 minutes going over the details of why embodiment is a pretty integral aspect of what you would call AGI. Okay, so I'm with the CS department at USC. All right, so this is pretty much our prototypical embodied elephant. So pretty much for us in AI, the elephant is really our body. The reason for this talk and this paper is really the pretty straightforward observation that intelligence, biological intelligence, most certainly is embodied. So we have 0 examples in nature of just brains freely floating around, just doing arbitrary computations with absolutely no body to take care of. It just never happens. And so then that is where this talk starts. Pretty much the traditional view of AI since basically the beginning is intelligence is entirely situated, in the head, so to speak. But in reality, biologically, like I just said, it's quite the opposite. The brain actually exists to pretty much help sustain the body that the brain lives in. And by sustain, it comes down to 2 basic things, and other things like overlaid on top of that. The absolute basics is survival, and then also reproduction. So that is brain's primary purpose in nature. And so Rodney Brooks, who's a roboticist at MIT, he's also the founder of Roomba, like iRobot Corporation. So he has a very cool paper. He had a very cool paper way back in the, I think in like 1990s. I'm going to click on it. It is simply called Elephants Don't Play Chess. And it's very cool considering like when it was written, like back in 1990. And he makes very strong arguments against the classic form of AI, especially back then, which is based on symbol systems, so like symbolic computation. So he instead had an idea called subsumption architecture, where it is not just entirely all top-down driven, but even at the bottom layers, there's modules that basically know what to do with themselves. Pretty basic behaviors like run away from light or avoid loud sounds and so on. So then his idea was more like a biology-inspired, way to do AI, so to speak. So in that paper, this is what he says. It's not that the elephant is not intelligent just because it doesn't play chess. So intelligence should not be, cannot be, I guess, evaluated on like artificial toy domains. That was his point. And he still makes the same point, and I believe in that point pretty strongly. Additionally, this notion of cognition being embodied is not new at all. There's this notion in cognitive science called 4E, and the 4E stand for embodied, and then embedded, where cognition is embedded in the environment. And the cognition is extended based on the devices that we use, including smartphones, for example. And then cognition can also, in turn, make changes in the world. So we call it inactive. So that's the notion of 4E cognition, and that goes back to at least 2010. But of that, just the embodied part is actually goes back all the way to the 90s, pretty much when Rodney wrote his paper. So it's not new at all. But in the AI community, embodiment is pretty much like a word to avoid, because there's this notion out there that intelligence does not need a body at all. If the body is needed, it is simply for input-output. But I want to show that that is not quite the case. And so rather than repeat what's been done, I have like a new way of looking at it. And that involves this notion of a phenomenon, like physical phenomena that exist in the real world, that is external to the agent, and how the agent then takes that phenomena and converts that to internal experience. So to me, intelligence is this interplay between what is on the outside versus what is on the inside from an agent's point of view. So I want to start by telling you what phenomena is. So the universe, basically the physical world, is just filled with phenomena. Everything ultimately is a phenomenon. A ball, for example, rolls because it is spherical and there's gravity. And you bang on something that is flat and thin, it starts vibrating. And you heat water, it starts boiling. Likewise, you have a piece of glass, prism, light rays refract through it. So these just happen all the time, whether there's humans to name them, measure them, look at them, study them or not, they're universal. And there's possibly lots of phenomena that we still don't even know yet. For example, Einstein back in like 1900s wrote the paper about photoelectricity. And then now we have solar panels on our roofs. It's stuff like that. So before he came along and studied it, there was obviously the phenomenon, but then he didn't name it and actually provide like an equation for it. Okay, so phenomena are out there. And phenomena in turn come from structures, which are just simply arrangement of matter, really. In fact, it's the arrangement of matter and also energy and also information. By information, I mean things like crystals, for example, have a specific orientation. DNA is double helix. So there's some information that goes into constructing those structures. So I call it information. All right, so structures are what give rise to phenomena. So phenomena loosely is behavior, how the matter behaves. In material science, this is exactly how we approach everything. This is where you can look for new materials that exhibit a certain phenomena, for instance. So these structures and the phenomena, like I just mentioned, they involve things like self-organization and then transformation, say from one phase of matter to another, or even energy or material transport between these three things that I just mentioned. So phenomena are universal and they exist within us as well. So we sense the world and then we perceive the world inside our brains, all using phenomena. And it doesn't matter what type of sense we have or what type of senses other animals and insects might have. Ultimately, what is happening is they are all subject to phenomena. For example, eyes pretty much have this nice spherical lens here, and then light comes in, and then the optic nerves carries the signal all the way to the brain. It's all physics pretty much. And likewise, even the eardrum just vibrates. So these are all physical structures, and that's exactly how hearing works. That little thing there is pretty much what conducts everything down to the brain. So it's fascinating how things work at that level. And then when things reach the brain, how do you perceive it and how do you pay attention to it? That involves more complex phenomena, things like neurons conducting and the conduction being affected by chemicals called neurotransmitters. and parts of the brain literally physically oscillating, brain waves that we can measure. And those oscillations even travel from one brain region to another. So all kinds of phenomena ultimately are what are involved in the way we perceive and act in the world. And even the fact that we're alive is actually because of phenomena that happen in our body. Phenomena that we a lot of times don't have any conscious control over. Things like heartbeat, for example, that's just simply muscle twitching. And then this is like a fractal bunch of tubes that actually exchange like oxygen, carbon dioxide. Likewise, kidney dialysis, even just our standing up or heat thermoregulation, many things are just simply material phenomena that actually happen in our bodies. So life itself is ultimately a collection of phenomena that come from all these structures that collectively keep us alive by definition. And because if you're not alive, then you're going to decay, and that is entropy increase. So life basically uses energy, matter, information to create order that actually goes against the entropy increase, as long as we continue to live. So that's pretty interesting, is phenomena all the way down. And yeah, so then this notion of experience. Classically in AI, people think that the word experience is pretty much a suitcase word. Well, that really means nothing, but it's actually quite the opposite. One way of looking at what is happening is that what we call experience is actually our direct, using physical, first-hand interaction with the environment in terms of just nothing but phenomena. For example, you see or hear glass breaking, maybe you're scared, you're probably going to cut yourself, but that phenomena had to happen. Likewise, your shirt's rustling, and it's because wind is blowing, that's phenomenon. Or your dog growls at you, that's phenomenon as well. So one way to look at the world and how we perceive it is all in terms of phenomena. And that phenomena is what we actually store in our heads as well. So this to me is a very, very important point. We actually represent phenomena inside us. First of all, we experience the phenomena, like I just said, so that is the actual experience of it. But then we actually store them in the form of memories, which is also called experience, and now it's a noun. And this is very specifically, I believe, what we do. So we look at objects, any object at all, a box, maybe, a cup, your floor, the sky. And objects are objects, inherently objects just are, but we perceive them in terms of objects' properties. It's almost like objects have columns, features that we can measure, like machine learning or something. So those object properties, also known as qualities, features, is exactly how we perceive the world. And those properties are what we store. For example, the rustling of a paper bag, or the fact that the paper bag has a hole in it and you can put your hand through it, or the fact that juicy apples, you bite into it and the liquid explodes and then you taste sweetness, or you invert like a coffee cup upside down, the coffee is going to spill. So all of these are just natural things that happen to us, that we see or experience, and then we call these memories, which can also change over time. And those memories are what we constantly use, even subconsciously, to get through the world. So the main thing is, unlike AI, we absolutely do not learn these qualities indirectly, secondhand. No one gives us data about how hot coffee means, or what does a slippery floor means. There's no rule for it, or there's no reinforcement learning necessary. We can learn just up to one time. Whereas in AI, these are the three main forms of AI, symbolic reasoning, connectionist AI, and reinforcement learning. But we don't have all that because we have direct physical experience. So that is really the whole deal. Once we experience and represent, most importantly, in our own terms, the physical world, then we can recall it. Anytime we want, we can reason about it. And we can even hypothesis, meaning the brain is like an expectation prediction machine. But the prediction is always possibly coming from us recalling our experiences. And further, this is actually pretty amazing to me. We can analogize between any object and any other object. For instance, we can abstract properties from a bunch of objects. We can group related things. We can transfer characteristics from one to another. Say you don't have a cup to drink water from. This cardboard box happens to lie around. I can temporarily possibly fill the box with water because I know that they both contain water. So I can just transfer the notion of a cup onto basically any object. We can even compose meanings by combining properties of multiple objects, or we can invent new uses for things. All of a sudden, a stick, for example, might be used, not just to like hit somebody, but also maybe to I don't know, whack a mango. So we just make things up on the fly, these meanings. And these are magical as far as AI is concerned, because one thing that AI has never been able to do is exactly all of these. These are basically entirely off limits to AI. Maybe there's a reason for that, because AI does all this secondhand. So you have James Gibson, and then more recently, Don Norman. So they're like behaviorist psychologists. So they have this notion of an affordance, where affordance is something that an object basically suggests to a person. Like a cup basically says, hold me, because the cup has a handle, you naturally reach for it. Likewise, von Ushkel, he has a theory of meaning, it's called Umwelt, where the agent's very body and brain architecture, the way an insect or a human is put together, is exactly what results in that insect or human experience in the world physically in terms of their bodies really. So what I'm saying has relation to all of that. It's all about us being embodied, and the environment also has phenomena. It's all exchange in terms of phenomena. It's basically almost nothing else really. So AI then, without physical embodiment, is the classic AI we have in the world today. And so there's three ways to do it. We make up rules, which we call symbolic reasoning, logical reasoning, knowledge representation, all of that. Or we provide massive amounts of data we label, and then it does like neural network learning, and it starts predicting. These days you can generate data as well with GANs. That's connectionist AI. And then you can have goals for them in some kind of artificial environment, and then they can be used to meet. They can be made to meet the goals using reinforcement, reward, punishment. So then if you do that, there's one massive problem though. Then such an AI that is driven by rules, data, or goals, they're not functioning in our world at all. They're actually functioning in some kind of derivative world that sadly we created for them, because we become the intermediary between the actual real physical environment and this AI right there. So there's some problems with doing that. First of all, it is our rules, our data, our goals, not the AI's. And then much, much more importantly, it is our representation. In classic convolutional neural networks, an image is the basic image that you train a neural network with. Is simply a collection of pixels, okay, with RGB values, right? But that is not what the real world is all about. So we inserted our representation, and then we forced the AI to deal with it. So in a way, that is a crazy way to think about it, is maybe you are creating this fake simulation of this phenomena-rich structure-based physical world. And the simulation is not perfect in any way at all, because simulations by definition can be incomplete because we don't understand how nature works. It might even be blatantly incorrect, some phenomena we represent. And inadequate because we cannot possibly track the state of everything that happens in VR, for example. So you would need to simplify. So the real life counterparts are much richer. And so then, in AI, we basically sacrifice all of that for computation. So the computation itself might be a problem, for example. Maybe our brains don't compute the way digital computers compute. So Rodney Brooks, whom I mentioned earlier, just last year, less than a year ago, he said he had an article in IEEE Spectrum. Cognition without computation is what he called it. So he said, I'll just come out and say it. I don't think the brain computes at all. It's bluntly the way he put it. That's a speculation. But I tend to believe that as well. And so I also believe that this is really the single root cause for all of AI's problems. AI is spectacularly amazing when it comes to narrow, deep domains. It works every single time. But we have never been able to combine them in any meaningful way at all. But I think that is the reason, because we're not letting the AI operate in the real world. Yeah, so then again, what is the problem with doing that? The problem is the meaning that the AI gets by doing all these computations is literally not grounded. We talk about grounded meaning. There's also the so-called frame problem, which is the information knowledge that we give to AI is all that it'll ever know. It's boxed in a frame. It cannot look outside the frame. It's all a secondhand pretty much. So for instance, an AI that knows all about text, it doesn't know about the world. And so what it knows is simply how words are strung together, but not necessarily what words mean. So these days you have GPT-3 and many more language models. So what they learn is actually things like word order, statistical word order, or grammar, not what actual words mean. For example, looking up, you're so important, I'm looking up to you. Or wow, it's so amazing, you hit it out of the park, your explanation can be clearer than day and night. So these things really mean nothing at all. For that matter, any object, any action, and any characteristics that are associated with them are all pretty much real world, except for some abstract nouns, that are like philosophical. But mostly the objects and things we talk about in the world, they mean really zero to an AI. because the meaning is not in those words at all. The meaning is in the experience that we get from those words. So you and I would know what that means because we live through day and night, but not AI. So these days you have things like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney and all these AI generators. So here's one of the images quite recently that one of them made. So this designer said, make a coffee cup with many holes. And then, comically, tragically, this is what the AI made. It's nice to have a cup with holes. It looks pretty, but the sad part is it actually put coffee in it with 0 coffee spilling out because AI has no clue. It computes pixels one at a time using RGB. So this 80-year-old made this obvious comment because the 80-year-old lives in the world. And I think that is the problem. The AI does not live in the world. Okay, so moving on, the solution then would be pretty simple, which is simple conceptually, but probably pretty hard to do. So we would need to make actual physical body and brain architecture, not even virtual for the reason that I mentioned, because the virtual world is much less rich than the real world. So if you make an actual biological looking, anthropomorphic or not, an object like a being, then that can directly interact with the world. That means there's no human intermediary. And so that is the architecture we need to be creating. In other words, don't program AI using TensorFlow, but instead create some kind of brain body architecture that lets the AI learn and also represent the world by itself. It doesn't matter if the representation is incorrect, but still it is its own representation. And then over time, maybe it can correct it. So then that is the holy grail, this whole grounded meaning. And there's only one way to get it, in my opinion. You have to actually physically have agents. They don't have to look like human robots. And they don't even have to be human level AI. They could be much simpler, like little insects, for example. But the architecture would still let them be their own kind of insect, so to speak. So subsumption that Rodney Brooks did back in the 90s was an early example of that. So they made like lots of robots using the subsumption idea. And they're all pretty much along the lines of what I'm talking about. These days, we have this new notion of developmental robotics, where people are slowly starting to get this realization that maybe the AI has to live in the world after all, stuff like that. But to me, even these don't go too far, but maybe there's some kind of a start, because it is not adequate for the AI to have a hard shell, for example. It probably needs to have pliable, soft skin like we do. Nature evolved us the way we look for a certain reason. So when we get to human level embodied agents like that, so the architecture is probably going to be pretty advanced. You need to have maybe plastic electronics with the sensors like all over. And then brain plasticity, this is a very big one, because this representation that it makes on its own needs to be possibly modified. Likewise, autopoiesis, where it can pretty much grow on its own using some kind of energy material input, not be dependent on humans to swap out its operating system. And then homeostasis, again, it should be able to take care of itself. Say it gets injured, it should know how to seek help. And all that comes only when it has things like fear of like not wanting to get hurt. So these are not very different from how we're put together. But then the point is you would need to make some kind of a synthetic version of us. So then, once again, just to summarize why is embodiment such a big deal? Because it is these 4 letters, DPIC, direct, physical, interactive, where you can examine an object any direction you want, throw it up in the air, break it, and also continuous learning. And there's also multisensory for sure, where you learn from many different senses. And also you have a sense of your own internal organs that is called interoception. Embodiment provides it. Likewise, you have a sense of space. You probably have place cells to represent space, but you also have a sense of yourself in space, that is proprioception. And then you have a sense of time. So this is a very interesting thought, which is we would know about time because in the real world, unlike VR even, phenomena are irreversible. If a robot drops a coffee cup and the cup breaks, then nothing in the universe can put it back together. Whereas in VR, it could save all that state and run time backwards. So it's really not real in some sense. But in the real world, something getting damaged is real. So then that's a sense of time passage. Likewise, if you have a body, you see some other body just like you're doing something, you can naturally imitate that. It's called imitation learning. Likewise, if you see a body just like you get hurt, somebody's screaming, and then you can empathize with their pain because, you'll probably feel the same pain. That's where empathy comes from. And then this is also extremely important. When you have a body, based on all of these, we start to represent the world. So even two bodies that start in the same house, the same block, maybe the same bed, twins, they could start having diverging representations based on what happened to them or what came before what. So everybody then has a chance to develop their own version of intelligence, just like humans. And embodiment's the only thing that's going to provide that. Otherwise, we'll have Dilbert that TensorFlow trains. All self-driving cars do the exact same thing, for example. But this is the opposite of that. So humans ourselves, we humans, have evolved, to be embodied. So this is my theory of how humans basically took over the universe. So first of all, your embodiment, and like I said, because of our advanced brain architecture, we can represent anything by ourselves. And more importantly, we invented language, math, art, floor plans, machine, diagrams, anything at all, symbols, music, notations, to help us get these representations from outside us, from us to outside, and then communicate it, write books, teach, text message. So I could transmit. So we transfer one representation, like from my head to your head, for example. So collectively, that is, I think, what made us all be who we are. And then further, we also have, again, our brain power to look at nature, the natural structures and phenomena, and do things like biomimetics. And then we exploit the phenomena for our purposes. That is literally the definition of engineering, which is exploiting phenomena for useful gain. And then we also evolve science because of all of that. And because of science, we can use instruments to see things that are so small, so large, and so useful. Molecular dynamics, virus structure. So when you have an agent that is unembodied or even virtually embodied, it pretty much misses out on everything.
Sorry, 1 minute more.
Yeah, thank you. I'll wrap up. So yeah, it has no spatial scale to use as reference, nothing at all. So all of what I said is entirely missing for this AI. So my last point would be, would such an AI be analog or digital? So my answer would be, it would have to be analog, because then there's parity with the world, because the world is all analog anyway. When you make it digital, then it becomes about Python interpreters and Linux operating system, and clock cycles and GPUs, which are entirely so foreign to the natural world. So maybe it should be analog. And analog also would lead to symbol-less computation. There's a very big deal, because you have a digital timer that is perfect, but this kitchen timer that has got a spring, there's no symbols at all, but we can still compute. So maybe our brains are very similar. The mechanism itself is a computer. So maybe analog computers are actually better than digital computers when it comes to embodiment. So then my conclusion is, intelligence has to be embodied, which then gives it experience, and possibly with an analog brain. So therefore, the conclusion is embodiment matters. Whoa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
If I may, I would ask you a question. As far as I understand, you state that meaning must be related to external sensing. Is it true?
Yeah, for the most part, it is true. I mean, there are abstract terms, obviously things like death, for example, but even those somehow get related to the outside world. So I think, yeah, my short answer is yes.
And well, let's consider an example. These days, I'm struggling with a categories theory, which is the most abstract theory in mathematics. Well, I'm studying, just say, conjunction, and I'm trying to understand the meaning of this concept. As I feel, I have no related external experience with this concept. But as I think, I'm just trying to reach the meaning, or to understand the meaning of this concept. How do you explain this situation?
Yeah. So I must correct myself. I would never definitely say that everything that we ever conceive in our brains is all like physically based, external. That's not at all true. In mathematics, simply the notion of inverse or square root or something, right? They have no physical analogs you can directly point to. So I think our brains somehow, this is somehow because I don't know how, are capable of pure symbolic reasoning. I mean, that is what math is all about. So those don't have inherent meaning except for the symbols you're manipulating. So, but my point is that at the base level, It's almost like a pyramid where things are based on something and then you can build high levels. So I think the base level, things like space, time, matter, gravity, those would have to be experienced embodied. But yeah, we can definitely build all kinds of cool structures on top of that. Those don't necessarily involve external objects or embodiment. Yeah.
Thank you. I understand you.
Thank you very much, Sadi. The next presenter is Peter Pioto. Is Peter Pioto in the room?
Doesn't seem to be.
Okay. In this case, the next presenter is Gianpaolo Vitale.
Oh, yes, I'm here. Okay. Okay. Good morning.
We can see you, but I think that we have problems with the audio.
If I can start. So, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Please, Mr. Chairman, can you confirm that I can start, please?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the title of this presentation is Multimodal Mood Recognition for Assistive Scenarios. I'm Gianpaolo Vitale. I'm with the Institute for High Performance Computing and Networking, belonging to the National Research Council of Italy. So the context is of socially assistive robots. Social robots are used in different contexts, and in healthcare, our context, they are better known as socially assistive robots. The use of socially assistive robots has the potential to increase motivation and engagement to treatment. Other positive roles are to provide education, training regarding treatment, and feedback to patients. So in this field, emotion recognition is a strategy for social robots to use to implement better human-robot interaction and model their social behavior. Since human emotions can be expressed in different ways, face, gesture, and voice, multimodal approaches are useful to support the recognition process. Particularly, we present a real-time multimodal approach for emotion recognition aimed at improving the quality of human-robot interaction. It is based on the following assumptions. The emotion represents an essential component in human social activities. We communicate our emotions through different communication channels, like voice, gestures, facial expression. According to the emotional reaction of our interlocutor, we create expectation and make decisions. Moreover, it's important a correct interpretation of the emotions of the interlocutor, especially in this context in which I will show you what are the main problems in transferring mood recognition into an healthcare context. And finally, the interaction with other robots is crucial in social and assistive contexts. So our proposed multimodal human emotion detection is based on an audio emotional recognition, text emotional recognition, facial emotional recognition, and finally emotional recognition from a spectrogram. It is conceived to be used as an auxiliary tool in the field of telemedicine to remotely monitor the mood of elderly patients and observe the healing process. The framework of this implementation is a research project named AMICO, meaning Medical Assistance in Contextual Awareness. It has been funded by the Ministry of Education of Italy. And this project has developed like a technological infrastructure that monitors behavior and physical state of patients undergoing rehabilitative therapies, and offers telemedicine services in order to support the person in their home environment. The infrastructure is realized through the integration of purpose-designed sensors, mobile devices, and commercial sensors, and humanoid robots that act as mediator between the person and the infrastructure home environment. So, particularly, this tool is conceived so that the patient can alert the doctor of feeling sick in real time. And second issue is the doctor can understand the patient trust. It is important, like in our experience, it is important that especially for in case of elderly people, really a trust is recognizable between people and robots. It's not an easy task. So we have three expected goals to provide an up-to-date record of available emotional speak data collection in the database, to recognize the most frequent features used for emotional speak recognition, and to identify appropriate techniques to classify data into emotional states. In literature, the traditional approach is well consolidated, but let me explain why in the field of telemedicine, in particular for elderly people, they should be considered like work in progress, especially for this contribution. Firstly, the database. A database is used for our application is there are two databases taken from internet available database, but they are registered by professional actors. Usually they are very young people, so that their face, their expression is recognizable. In case of elderly people, it's not so easy. So in our experience, it's not the expression of the voice are not so well classified by using this kind of database. Moreover, the features are not so different for other people. And finally, the classifying data could be different. And in particular, we are interested both on the recognition of the mood and to recognize, for example, if two different and non-coherent mood can be recognized, meaning that, for example, there is a state of confusion of the patient. And so in this case, it's important that the doctor can contact the patient personally, for example. Our mood classification consider sad, disgust, fear, anger, surprise, and happiness. It elaborates the audio trace, the speech-to-text, face recognition, and image-based spectrogram. The input of the system is a video that encompasses the audio trace. video can be recorded in real time, or an offline video can be used for classification from an existing database. The audio trace classification is consolidated in literature. Particularly, our sampling frequency is 44,000 Hertz, and we use the registration of more or less 3 seconds. It is implemented by Python library, and it is based on the consideration that depending on the gender, we can recognize different parameters of the signal, in particular considering pitch, intensity, and timing. In addition, fast frequency transform is calculated considering the main frequency and amplitude of the signal. The speech-to-text utilize the speech recognition library with Google speech recognition tool. It is based on a speech-to-text module, then a translator into Italian language, since it is implemented in Italian environment, and a text classifier. Particularly text to emotion was trained with a dictionary of words classified with emotion, and then the mood is obtained. Regarding the third classifier by face recognition, we start from a video. It is split into more frames, and frames are classified by a face emotion recognizer, by a Python open source library by Jan Sheikh. And finally, we considered also the spectrogram image, meaning the representation of the frequency of the signal during time. The colors identify different amplitude of the frequency. So we can see that corresponding to a mood, different mood, we can see a different image. So they can classify the like images. Regarding the database, the starting database is EMOVO, is an emotional speech database with 588 data registered by 6 professional actors. Each actor says 14 sentences for each of 7 main emotions. It is a professional registration, mostly performed by young and professional actors. We had another database, the de novo database, and we mixed for test videos with others taken by non-professional actors registered in our laboratory. The classification of the mood is performed on the decision tree, particular, for example, to detect the main mood, we check if emotion 1 is equal to emotion 2 and 3 and so on. So that based on this comparison, the emotion is detected, the main emotion is detected. The other implementation is devised on Jetson Nano devices. Our target is to implement a chip device that can be interfaced, for example, a robot like a Pepper or other. In any case, all software is implemented on the Jetson device, and it can be used both for acquire real-time videos or used to register video in offline. About the results, I start with the results coming from traditional monomodal mood recognition. We can see that best results are given by face-based prediction and text-based prediction. The accuracy evaluation gives about 54% and 57% for the last 2 results. They are influenced by the database, but another classification is possible. For example, let's compare these results. So let's suppose that starting from the same files and video, we obtain by face-based prediction disgust and sadness from text-based prediction. And they can be classified like coherent results, so meaning that we can identify, in any case, the patient's mood. Differently, for example, if starting from another video, we obtain disgust and happiness, it is a non-coherent result. In this case, it's possible that, for example, the patient is not honest with the doctor, or there is a confusional state. So when they seem different results, but this kind of classification gives us further information on the patient. The same consideration can be performed on the multimodal model recognition. So by the Zenodo database, it is another database, considering 14 videos, not a high number, it's a preliminary result. We obtain 60% of accuracy. Also in this case, we can make some consideration on the coherency of data. For example, considering that happiness and sadness are non-coherent data, or differently, even if surprise is not well identified, but with neutral expression, especially in our experience for elderly people, it is possible that it is a coherent data. Using non-professional volunteers, of course, the accuracy is worsened. But also in this case, a different classification can be performed considering coherent data. For example, surprise is coherent with happiness or with neutral, and so on. So, so the main problem is to improve data classification, to extract more information from them. So just to conclude this consideration. So a multimodal mood recognition system has been implemented and tested by data from professional and non-professional actors. The system is devised as a tool to recognize the patient moods in clinical remote applications. The system is conceived to be implemented in a cheap hardware like the Nano and interfaced with a robot like Pepper. Non-coherent mood results could be useful for the doctor. There are many possible improvements in this system. So future works will concern, firstly, to improve the database by increasing the number of non-professional actors, to test the system in real operating conditions. It is very difficult to retrieve reliable data in operating conditions from patients. And finally, it could be useful to add the physiological signal, for example, heartbeat rate or blood pressure. The literature shows that in general, the reliability of the classification is improved in this sense. So this is all. Thank you for your kind attention. If you have any question, you're welcome.
I think there is no questions. The next presenter will be Peter Busdottir.
Thank you very much. And thank you, John Paolo, for filling my spot. I had technical problems, but I hope they are gone now. Can you see my screen? I'm trying to share my screen. Top share.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm sharing. Good. So I would like to start a very formal, sorry, again, problem with my vision.
Sorry, we are seeing your screen, but not your presentation.
Okay. You see my screen without my presentation, okay? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I will try again. Okay. This is embarrassing. This is very embarrassing. Okay, so I will be.
You can see your presentation now.
You can see my presentation? Oh, okay. That's at the moment when I became. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Good, thank you very much. So this will be a shorter presentation, less technical. This is about the fourth space in the fourth revolution. What is the fourth space? Work-life balance through integration of all our areas, which is life, private, business, social, and that's the movement against work-life separation, rather for integration. The point is interesting because it started before the pandemics and it had very little to do with online life. This starts with Arno Morrison just a year or less than a year before the pandemics. However, now we are talking about digital communications and greater informality that have brought the workplace into the home, while the office environment has been increasingly remingled and integrated along the lines of cafe. So this is a lifestyle. Not everybody may like it. Yeah, I grew up in the home where both of my parents were completely integrating work and life. So for me, just adding, and also in entertainment. So this is good, but we have specific chances because we live in the times where we could have learned something from COVID, such as using this Zoom. Sorry that I was not an example of very professional use of this. So the continuity between the informal places of work and networking moves to the fourth space as a also voice for the oppressed, being African American minority or historically victim of colonialism, where you have specific spaces. Now let's go to something very much closer to our time and probably to our interest. Daniel Hardegger from Switzerland came out with the paper on merging of spaces. It is no longer available online, but it was really the beginning of the fourth space, understood as I like it. It focuses on digital innovation communities. That's an ambitious statement. We want to focus on the question of how digital innovation communicates. Communities must be structured and organized on a social and technological level to fulfill the functions of digital fourth space, which takes place in the areas of science, economy, politics, and society. This statement is golden, actually a little bit more brave than later work by Hardegger, because it integrates us in the digital space, which is consistent with Industry 4.0 or the fourth revolution, as Schwab is writing about. And so what we need is to see where AI stands in this space. Once we have digital space, we can talk about integrating or not autonomous or semi-autonomous AI, and that's the link to BICA. What can we do? We can have three options. The option from what Schaub calls the third industrial revolution, starting in the 1940s or 50s. And this is based on GOFAI, mostly computing. It stopped at towards the beginning of the 21st century. Now we have the fourth space, and people are still apprehensive. Integration of AI with the society is viewed as controversial. Reliability is mixed, and sometimes we have major snafus by sort of autonomous AI doing things that, you know, many not very smart people would avoid. So this is our time. That's why philosophically, or talking about ethics, the first part, the 3.0, was connected with Asimov's ethics, which treated AI or robots as tools, and they were not much more than tools, so that was appropriate. Today, we have people emphasizing our ability to control AI and to treat them as junior partners. However, I hope we can go further, and we are on the verge not of Industry 5.0 or something like that, but going beyond the fourth space. That was the focus on the panel I was lucky to guide in related to the similar topic. But the point is that we need to see the whole digital revolution the way Luciano Floridi does so. Namely, we need to see it in the context of a digital revolution or Turing revolution. As you can see from the slide, if Floridi's focus is mostly historiographical, so there would be different positioning of human beings. By Copernicus, we are not the astronomical center of the universe. By Darwin, we are not so unique from animals, from other animals. By Freud, we don't really necessarily control all our motivations, and we are not very logical most of the time. And Libet and Vellmans follow up in the right direction from that. And Turing shows us that we are not necessarily the only smart entities, and soon we might become not the smartest entities. Okay, so Luciano's the fourth revolution is very important, and we should stay within it. So again, we should see those that is called third industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution, and what I call going beyond the fourth industrial revolution that many BICA researchers refer to in many years, including Steve Thaler yesterday, including Ben Gertzer at his Congress, last month, including many presentations even today. We need to understand that in that context, we are going to be able to bring AI to the fourth space, be it online, be it in some other domains. This is also a nice twist because there was a tendency of bringing mostly robots to the human world. Within the presence online, we can talk of much easier integration of AIs. Dabus has got a patent in Republic of South Africa, and Sophia has got citizenship of Saudi Arabia, both on African continent. So that might show many things, might show that the rest of the world is not particularly ready for that, might show, however, that those under-attended to areas of the world might become leaders in many technological areas. Again, this is the talk of mostly social limitations of autonomous robots, which were completely justifiable during Asimov, during Economy 3.0, are still justified in 4.0, but in something called 4.5, I call it that way. There are probably two other researchers that use this term in slightly similar sense. This would be the time when things start going better, and we see this even at this Congress, that we have many more people who see AI developing in the very ambitious way, which was not even visible, some 10 years ago when BICA was starting. That was an exception. Ben Goertzel, with his BICA talk on MIT, was fighting in that direction. A few other people, but that was the minority view, I believe. I remember. So this is our chance of actually moving to the third phase also of the Turing revolution, as Freud would say. And so I follow Ben Goertzel, Stephen Thaler, Troy Kelly, who was my boss during the research I've done, a few years ago, not connected with David, as far as I understand, who claim or imply in their own different ways the digital revolution is going to lead us very far. So actually, this is the apex, the main part of that movement, which is just coming. Now, how is it connected with artificial general intelligence becoming superhuman? Many people believe, and I think they are right, that this is still a long stage, but the stage that is coming now, when AI becomes smooth, doesn't require that much supervision, because it becomes much more reliable than human partners and becomes non-replaceable. When you have hypersonic anything that you would want to shoot down, humans won't do, because any reasonable human decision takes 2 seconds. You don't get 2 seconds or 1 second in that kind of situation. I'm not just talking about warfare. I'm talking about very well-known, investment bots and other things. So this was the more big picture perspective, kind of add up to what I was trying to say yesterday with my guests, especially Steve Thaler. Thank you very much. I think my time is over now.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Hi, Peter. What about the virtual worlds that are visual in terms of metaverse or NVIDIA's Omniverse? So would the fourth, space be that kind of virtual space, and these AI, BICA kind of robots, there'll be virtual embodied characters? Is that what you envision?
Yes and no. I was one of the early enthusiasts on Second Life, and one of my best friends, from Jagiellonia University, is still advocating for SL in its new versions and having PhD dissertations in SL. This is one of those environments, but because of the major business interests, we never know which game is going to be the main game in town. I don't want to overemphasize those. Number one, because of the fact that Second Life, which looked like the next best thing, now is a minor player. So I'm not sure whether Metaverse would be bigger, and I actually think it might. But the point is, for presentations like this, not to limit what we are talking about only to the situations like Metaverse, because this is about banking. I'm now working on a project at the Warsaw School of Economics with some colleagues and, the Council of Polish Banks about virtual reality or in terms of banking. So this is not just one platform. I think this is the global movement, and it is very dynamic. I think any overstability would be a mark of our present mentality, where we still want to control the approach. The ethicist who is closer to this autonomous approach to and respect for AI is James Moore, who was writing to this effect even in the very last moments of the last century.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question.
Peter, I just wanted to say, really nice presentation, and I think it's an excellent idea of work. I remember like 25 years ago or so, like I remember I read this book. It was Ray Kurzweil, The Singularity is Near, and I don't know how much new was in there. I knew about chips getting faster and for relays, but I think the fact that he just put the concepts together, very motivating. And I think the same thing with fourth economy, fourth space, something to think about, because these things do have effects on our lives. Here in Ontario, where I live, right now there's like emphasis to put a little bit more AI into medical systems, the record systems, and the doctors like working offline. And this year there's a 40% there's a 40% burnout rate in doctors. They did a study, so I think people need to think about this, what we're doing, like in terms of, the economy getting more automized and where we work. And before, when, people were working in medicine, for example, in offices, and maybe you didn't have as much automation with EMRs, much lower burnout rates. So it's, I don't really have any questions. I think it's like when I read Singularity, I said, hey, these are really interesting concepts, something to think about. So I really like the topic you're working on, and I think it is very relevant to all of us.
So since there was no question, here is my answer.
Okay.
I believe that Kurzweil was on the right track. My favorite path goes through Floridi and then Thaler and Gerzel, because that's, and also the people we know well, like David Kelly, because that's the way to get, very simply and without excessive worries or excessive enthusiasm or excessive politicizing. I think that's the simplest path. Okay, so that was the answer to the
question. Nice answer and nice talk. Thank you.
And we have Olga.
Can I ask one more question? Peter, do you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. So can you elaborate on the fifth revolution? You briefly noticed it in your slides, but didn't say too much. What would be a characteristic of it?
I didn't do it because I quite strongly disagree with the current approaches to it. Within European Union, for the last 2 years, they are developing a notion in which the fifth revolution is the revolution when everything is very good and we have idealistic communism as it never was, or something like that. But I remember from the time when Poland was still a Marxist country in theory, actually productive discussions whether Marx was a Marxist, and the idea mostly influenced by West German Marxists. And the point is, he stopped being a Marxist when he started talking of something that can be understood as superstructure dominating the base. The economic base was for Marx the main thing, and those kind of idealistic things are not helpful because they don't go anywhere. That's why one of my slides was featuring Proudhon that I presented yesterday, because he was criticized even by Marx very much not to talk about real economy. All these industrial revolutions are based on new technologies, and they are mostly limited to the direct outcomes of those technologies. Now we are AI or digital technology revolution, the Turing revolution, and what is the next 5.0 if we speak in those terms. Yes, we would have the situation when AI reaches and goes beyond humans. So that would be the singularity. That would be the revolution 5.0 for me. But of course, those well-meaning efforts are sometimes very helpful because it is good to add environmental reasons or even, settlements on other planets, etc., as interesting topics, but they don't create Revolution 5.0. Thank you for the question, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Olga had a,
Hi, Peter. Very glad to see you online.
Likewise.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have actually read your work before during the review process, and I had some feeling that I want to express. It's not a question, it's a small comment.
Yes.
It seems to me that despite of any revolution, any level of technique development, any possibilities providing by IT, etc., there is something in real life that couldn't be replaced by any gadgets, any devices, and etc. I do remember you, and I like you not only because of your publications and articles, but mainly due to our meetings in Moscow, in Prague, our live conversation. It couldn't be replaced and couldn't be how it's to say enhanced by any way. So I repeat, I'm very glad to see you alive.
Thank you very much. And now I understand that your comment was relevant, talking about the fifth space. So you've mentioned the meeting in Moscow and in Prague. But for instance, in Moscow, I was surprised because one of the speakers was Dr. Movsumova, who invited me for a very nice presentation of 4D platforms in which these were better platforms that I knew before, although then at the meeting at Seattle, we also had access to very interesting platforms. So at that level, we were able to interact. If we felt that this is nice, our space, we could develop many contacts. And probably for me, this is easier than for you. For people that I call relatively close friends, maybe 1/3, I've never been seen outside of the online environment, and I'm very happy seeing them from time to time, but this is less essential, may not help with some, daily needs, like who is going to help me bring my furniture to the second floor or something like that, but it is compensated by other benefits. For instance, the fact that I'm not needing to pay thousands of dollars to see them. Okay, so this is again my answer to the unposed question.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
So now the last presentation from Bradley.
I need to share my screen. This talk is titled Layers, Folds, and Semi-Neuronal Information Processing. My name is Bradley Alisea. I'm presenting on behalf of my co-author, Jesse Parent. We're from the Orthogonal Research and Education Laboratory. So we start with this concept of a metabrain model. We have an archive preprint. You can see at the left details on that. And Metabrain models are these layered models with layers having a different representational value. So you have, in this example, you have sensory input coming at a single point, and then you have a low-level representation. And so this is something like a neural net, which is almost representation-free. And this is opposed to the next level, which is the high-level representation, which would be like a symbolic model. And this is sort of similar to a neurosymbolic model, except there are two differences. One is that there's significant communication between the lower and higher level of representation. And the other is this topological bending in different directions, especially here we have the high-level representation bending around the low-level representation. So we can exploit this a little bit more, and we can look at how maybe we can take these layered models and fold them over and make them functionally more explicit. So we can take this 3-layered metabrain, we can fold it twice, we fold it once, and it's going inward, we fold it twice, and it actually resembles a process in developmental biology called vagination. So vagination happens when a gut is formed in an animal embryo. And so this will become important later, but just suffice it to say, we can make these functionally salient models, computational models. So how does folding map to broader function? So this folding isn't just trivial. It actually does a number of things. The first is that it improves spatial communication between the layers. So modules of different parts, say in one layer or another, come into alignment or proximity. And you can see as this model folds twice, one side of the model comes into closer proximity to the other side. And so you can have connections form and things like that. Another thing is that it's a situated topology of folds and layers. So it actually resembles what you might find in an embodied agent. So this is a computational agent that we're really interested in applying this to. So we capture complex geometric transformations of development and cognition. Now these layers and folds enable things like learning and perception related to things like spatial rotation and motor exploration. So you can see that this is part of maybe a larger body, or it can move on its own. Layers and folds, however, can also enable things like array processing. So they can actually enable things to be sensed or things to be active from multiple angles and multiple directions. And so this may act as sort of a distributed morphological pre-filtering of information before it makes it to the actual model. And we'll see an example of this in a little bit. So biological layering and folding is actually a composite process in biology. And you see this in a number of systems. It has very broad applicability across biological systems. You see this in the neural convolutions on the surface of a mammalian brain, especially the human brain. And this is where the tissue becomes too large for the skull, and it folds to maximize its surface area. We also see folding and layering in embryonic morphogenesis. So at the bottom, we see an embryo where things are folded and layered, and they form different parts of the adult morphology. We also see the flatworm, which has an incredible capacity for regeneration, that there are these tissue types, these embryonic tissue types that become the cells. And that's important in, not only in development, but regeneration. And even in your skin, you have layers of skin that interact. And it's very important in wound healing, for example, that those layers are regenerated in a certain way and that they maintain their integrity. So we're actually picked an example for the paper that we've presented to the conference, and this is the gut. And this is an example of a human digestive system, the gut, and some other features. So it's a very complex system topologically, but it has a number of interesting features. So it actually has limited neuronal control. It has connections to the central nervous system, but also the peripheral nervous system. There are muscles that do very immediate functional things, but there are also signals with the larger physiological system of the body. So you have autonomic control, for example, where the gut sends signals back and forth between there and the central nervous system. There are hormonal systems that it plugs into. It actually interacts with the microbiome, which is a separate bacterial system. And then it interfaces with multiple processes, such as regenerative processes and other types of cells that are non-neuronal. And so we call this semi-neuronal because it's more than just this sort of neuronal information processing we're familiar with say, like neural nets. So what kinds of computational representation are necessary in such a system? So before we get to that, it's important to realize that the gut system, or the gut the gut-brain axis, is present all throughout the tree of life. And as such, it can have a number of different forms and a number of different formulations. So this semi-neuronal system, you see it again and again in different organisms. I mean, it's very diverse and very different in those different systems. So you have fruit flies, and you have zebrafish, and you have C. elegans, you have squid, hydra, honeybee, and they all have different forms of this gut-brain axis. So it's a very diverse set of morphologies. They have different configurations, but this folding and layering is a common element of this. And so this forms an integrated phenotype. This integrated phenotype can be combined with representational capacity through, say, some sort of computational model or computational system to enable something called morphological computation. And that's very important in robotics, especially with robots that are embodied. So you have this embodied computational system, and it's important to have some sort of, it's important to maintain the geometry of the phenotype. So this is, now we move to sort of the development. So I showed you the different organisms that are have gut-brain axes, and they all have sort of different developmental attributes to these systems. So they all develop from kind of a very similar template, but they're very different in terms of how they unfold, how they fold, and how they layer, and how they ultimately function. So one thing we can do with a computational model of a gut, or any other type of semi-neuronal system, is we can build what we call a differentiation tree. And from that differentiation tree, we can form these different layers, and we can determine at what point they emerge. So this is we'll see in a minute, this is the lower layer, the lowest layer of our model. It emerges first. Then you have this branch point where you have a second layer that emerges, which is some sort of embedding, which we'll see. And then this third layer, which is differentiated a bit more with a few more steps, and you end up with this regulatory system that emerges on top. So we have different branch points, and they lead to these different layers of representational complexity. So this is done through a canalizing function, which I won't talk about here. This tree shows the progression of development from a layered system from a single precursor in black to these three layers that are defined by different models. And so now we have this system where we go from A, B to C, so we're going upward. The lowest representational layer is something like muscle. It's like a muscular hydrostat, which is something you see in tentacles and sea creatures, and they control the different muscle ganglia. B is this embedding. It's a neural network embedding, which allows a neural network to be embedded in space. And then C is this allostatic regulation layer, which allows you to generate different states of regulation, physiological regulation. So they all kind of fit together in a certain way. And what we've done with this model is we use something called connectivity activation encoding to allow the elements of these different layers to learn and adapt. So we start with the muscular hydrostat. And the muscular hydrostat, as I said, it undulates. These muscle ganglia produce a force, and they're coordinated through connections, and they can manipulate things, or they can exert a force in a certain direction. And so the muscles in the gut do a similar thing. But the interesting thing here is that you have a starting point, a stimulus. As I showed in the first example, you have sensory information coming in. In this case, it's proprioceptive stimuli coming in. So something is pushing against the muscle wall of the gut. Then the muscle is activated. These different parts of the hydrostat have different force values, plus or negative. And this is WIJF. This is our encoding here for this activation. So different parts of this are activated, and this is spatially explicit. So we go from one end of the gut to the other. The second part is this neural embedding, which I mentioned before. And what's interesting about this is that you have a different type of activation encoding here, which is another connectivity matrix, but it's a different parameter. It's actually a different type of, it's an output from this muscular hydrostat coming up and regulating these nodes. And this is parameter C, so it controls the connectivity. So it's almost like a neural network weight. And then third, you have this regulatory state machine, which is where these connectivity values from here go up and affect the state of these. So the state then generates a matrix of states. And then there's feedback from this top layer down to the bottom layer. This stiffens or softens its physical interface. So the stimuli affect this in different ways. So there's this loop that happens that affects sort of the learning or the acquisition of information here. So now we give examples of embodied information processing. So as I mentioned, this is an embodied model, and it's spatially explicit. And so this part here and this part here, they're spatially distinct. And sometimes they come into close proximity and sometimes they're very far away, but it's all spatially explicit. So we have things being exchanged. We have information coming in from the side. We have information being exchanged between layers. And so I want to talk about a couple of examples of how we use layering and folding in different types of computational agent systems. So the first one is this topological remapping in what Bratenberg vehicle. If you're familiar with Bratenberg vehicles, they're these toy models of the brain, but they're also robotic models. So in this case, we have a brain case that's scaled relative to the body. And we have a small brain case. We start out with a single layer, a small brain case, and it's just a mapping between the sensor and effector here. And then in the second example, this brain case becomes layered and then it starts to grow out. So it becomes larger relative to the body size. And then the third example, we have this layered network where we have two layers where the network is doing different things here. And we're still going between the sensor and effector, but it's a much more complicated mapping. And we're adding neurons in here. And so we're able to build complexity in that way. The second is where we have a developing agent. And so we have these Bratenberg vehicles again, but we have this whole set of developmental stages from a single egg or a single unit to these things that are embryos that maybe are exposed to the environment in a limited way, and then they become these adult agents. And what's interesting about this is that you can capitalize on this idea of different germ layers. And so in this case, we have different germ layers that can take a shape on, take on a shape and then be sculpted by different things so you can have an internal model that arises from a single germ layer, the vehicle body, which arises from another layer, and a sensor and effector set of nodes that arise from a third layer, and these can be reconfigured in development. So we can intervene early in development, reconfigure the agent, and end up with different morphologies, and then end up with different types of information processing. We have both layering and folding here. We have these different layers of computational tissue, as it were, and then we also you can have topological complexity where you can fold these and interdigitate them and do all sorts of interesting things. And so this is a simple triploblastic or a three germ layer agent where they just have these three unspecified layers, and then there's migration of these different parts of the layers, and you end up with this phenotype that's very complex, and it gives you this adult form. And you can embed your layered models. You have a symbolic model in the middle and a generalized neural network on the outer edge, and that gives you your layering. Finally, I want to talk about applications. So we envision this type of modeling to be applicable to building soft robots. So soft robots are robots that have compliant materials, like, they're very flexible, they're very, they do a lot of interesting things, like they can grab pencils, they can swim, they can do other types of locomotory activities like that cheetah at the top, or the robotic cheetah. And in building soft robots, we haven't really focused on the complexity of the controllers. We've focused on the complexity of the phenotype. And so this type of controller, could be used very effectively as it's embedded in the phenotype of the soft robot, and it takes full advantage of the embodiment of those soft robots in different ways. So, if you're holding a pencil, you can actually develop a robot to hold a pencil. You might mimic the human form, but you might also mimic some other type of form. Similarly, with the cheetah, you would have that similar stride and gait, those sorts of attributes, but you might have some really interesting materials or interesting regulatory models or computational models that emerge to control that. And so that's where we want to head with this ultimately. Thank you for your attention.
Questions?
Hi, Bradley.
Hi.
Have you tried applying this to your open worm project? Did you actually manufacture like one of these and put it in like worm or something, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's something that is possible. We've done in open worm, we've done a lot of work with soft robots. So this would be maybe a next logical step, something, a very simple phenotype like that, but having that, you know, it's pretty tractable, I think, for something like what I've just presented.
Oh, okay. And how about physically manufacturing it? So would you actually go at the next step and actually make like plastic electronics or something like that, or a silicone tissue possibly to manufacture this?
Yeah, so you know, you would have to specify the different layers and the different types of models you would want to use for them. And the idea would be to configure them sort of in the context of stuff. So a soft robot, you might have an outer layer that has like very compliant outer layer and then a stiffer inner layer. And each of those would have a computational controller that are connected together. And they have different layers of representation, meaning that they model their environment, they model things about the world in different ways. And they don't have to be the same as, like, say, an actual animal that you're trying to mimic. Like in the case of the worm, it would be like, what do we want that worm to do? And, you know, we might have to be a little creative in terms of the computational representations we use in those different components. But that would be, you know, that's basically the way it would work.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other question? So I think this concludes the presentation of this block. Thank you to all presenters and to all members of the audience. The next activity we have on the schedule is a coffee break, after which the program will continue as scheduled. Thank you very much. ¿Dónde?